Yeah, I know, Carl. I'm here. There we go. Good morning, everybody. How we doing? I made a fantastic decision buying more cat yesterday. It's already paid off. I fucking love this stock. If you guys don't know about Caterpillar, it's the best. Are we ripping or getting shorted into open? We're having a very nice morning. Usually a continuous uptrend or continuous buy pressure throughout the early part of the day implies a high amount of net short FTDs being pushed through CNS. So hopefully that continues throughout the rest of the day. Violent sideways potential. Maybe. My fiance moaned gherkin last night. Bullish as fuck. Did shorts cover yesterday? No. What's so good about cat? I know you've been trading it for a while. It likes to just swing up and down $10 at a time. It's amazing, frankly. Can I go more in depth than that? I probably could. So far, almost every low test on cat has resulted in like a profitable entry. We started swinging it back here. Everyone got burned on like this, and then we started swinging it, and it's just kept going like over and over and over again. This bounce was kind of shitty, but I still made some money on it. This one, I entered up here, but I entered more down here, and right now it's about even. If it continues back up and breaks to the upside again, it'll be very good. F, no pen, yeah, blah, blah, blah. There. Little dots and stuff. So it's been an awesome trade. Easy outs. That midline resistance seems to always present like a very good exit opportunity. The only problem is the contracts are kind of expensive, so I can't get as much leverage as I would like to, but I'll probably buy some more at open today. Is Cat an American company? I'm asking because of So2. Also, I think Fluffioso wants your attention. Coffee time? Coffee. I have coffee. Thank you, Bithead. I appreciate it. What's Fluffy want? I'm gonna get my mod paycheck so I can play cat. Cute. I'm gonna get 7K bank in income tax. 7K back in income tax. You just throw it into options and lose it all. That's a choice that you can make, yes. How far out do you usually buy cat? 3 months. 45 and 90 DTE. Or as close to that as I can get. Right now I have all June. If it breaks 185 with a little bit of A little bit of oomph today. I'll probably buy 190 Aprils. I own 2 cats. Does that mean I should invest in cat? You could consider it. Cat is American. They might be the most American company I regularly invest in. Good morning and happy birthday, Trina. Yeah, I remembered. Predictions on rate hike. Fuck if I know. Bullard's, you know what's probably gonna happen is Bullard's gonna come out and be like, we need to go up to 1%. And then Jerome's gonna be like, I don't think we need to do anything much right now, maybe not. And then no one's gonna know what the fuck is happening for another month. I'm starting to think they're working together. Should we start running? Would you buy back CCs and sell again later date, or just buy calls? I would buy back my CCs. I mean, there's enough time in the week that if we were to run today and we could come back down, but who knows where we'll stabilize. Our price is already so low that like any upward movement could probably stabilize in that range. Real thoughts on popcorn owning 90% of the float. I kind of feel like just Adabit was going over their financials for them. They own 90% of the shares available to own of the float, which is not that. I mean, like, that's outside of institutional and investment firm holding and pension plan holdings. So they own 90% of the shares available to be owned. Is it illegal to have a professional to play options on your account? I mean, you can hire a financial advisor or invest in a firm. I don't think you're going to get someone to trade your account for you, though. Ding ding. What a glorious morning. Just trying to drive the price back below gamma neutral. Does Nordstrom's crushing earnings have an effect on the short position of the entire basket? Yes. We see Jimmy run today because of it, possibly, or this. Do you have an estimate of FTDs due today? No idea. Whatever FTDs were generated on, or whatever FTDs were due January 25th. I think the Suns play will work out after earnings last night. I have no idea. What's it doing? Ooh. It's up 3%. Cool. Yeah, I really just don't know how that's going to play out. Their earnings were good though, which was surprising. Yeah, Nordstrom's up 25%. How did AMC earnings prove non-believers wrong? He's just spinning data to make it sound bullish. I'm fairly confident the closure of MOASS was just to make sure Russians can't sell their GME. Yeah, cat's looking pretty good. I think my order already filled. Yeah. Let's fucking go. I'm around, so it was 90% of our officially issued shares. Horse poop. Why is DDS still in pre-market? It hasn't had a trade yet. It's not. It's got a 3,200 volume today already. Don't make shit up, man. All right. Nordstrom's rocketing. It's actually very good for us. Nordstrom short squeeze? Interesting. You know what? $30 calls on this shit. Just curious. All of that. So high volume, non-manipulated stock looks like Go Burr. Did you forget? No, Nordstrom's super manipulated. Serious question. Moon win. This is a serious question. Dude, where volume? Seems like something weird is happening. Feels like we're gonna explode any moment now. It's very tense. It's been a very tense couple weeks. It's stressful. It depletes my energy. They're covering GMA through other stocks in the basket. Don't ask me how, they just are. It's an interesting theory. I I really want to know how though. Let's look at some AMC calls, see what those Nord calls. Nah. You get tired of streaming? I have a management position I'd like to talk to you about. I'm gonna send a jet to New York. You can come to Chicago for lunch tomorrow. I think we can hash out your pay before you start working for me. Thanks, Ken. Cool. Can I keep buying GameStop? Can I buy a volatility swap? That's what I want to be paid in. I want to be paid in volatility swaps. A lot of people are having less energy because of this, including the Discord. You know, it's just been kind of shitty since all the superstock people bombarded it. That's why I mostly just hang out with the billionaires. It's still chill there. Also on Fresh Face Major Tom on SEC rules allegedly going live tomorrow with regards to SEC reporting. It could be relevant. Or it's just another 13F that they're gonna lie on. Just go to Citadel and go long GME with their accounts. Any updates on the entropy swap digging? I'm not sure. I know JFresh was digging into some hedging, looking into some of the hedging stuff. I'm not sure how far along he is though. HTCR attack their shadow bank institution. Like this very bank can short IPOs the first 30 days. Okay. Lauer said tomorrow is the day. For what? I think his tits are just jacked because of the SEC ruling. Finally, Goldman can make some money in this market. Yeah, I don't know why people haven't learned their lesson about rule changes yet. Rarely are they changing the rules to benefit us. Tesla, God damn it, Victor. No, Tesla's not dead. Although this doesn't look great. No, it looks fine. Just keep an eye on the EMA 30 on the 1 hour. See if this like continues to diverge or if there's another bounce. There was a bounce in pre-market, but it may bounce again before moving up higher. God, I miss trading Tesla every day. Gee, we went for a test of that support. That's good. This is a very good, this is a pivotal moment these 2 days. What was I looking at? Oh yeah. There we go. Have you seen the comic review on Reddit? No. Tabler doesn't care about GME to the extent you all do. He cares about fair markets. He's literally stated he doesn't believe it's shorted as much as retail purports it is. Yeah, I know. Update the Zillionaires page, banner, and subreddit picture. I am not a moderator nor am I an administrator on that subreddit. We may have to migrate again. Still yet to be determined. Also forgot to cross post today. As I do. What's on AMC earnings? None. Apparently, U.S. Treasury FTDs have doubled all of a sudden. That's interesting. Really? Can can you send me that? Run Jimmy? Forward ripping 7%. Except it would be appropriate to raise the target range for federal funds rate at our meeting later this month. JPOW. He gives a semi-annual testimony to Congress today or tomorrow. I think it's today, isn't it? What are your thoughts on Wrench Capital? I don't really have any. The whole situation kind of weirds me out. It's like a hedge fund that attracts investors through Twitter. JWN on the second screen. Why? What's it doing? Looks nice. Kind of might not get much further than this. Although I do think 30 is a better range. Huh. What's DDS doing today? Big ups. I'd be so high they break even on a 195 3 DTE calls if we run $7. In my opinion, just start your own sub that's properly named so they can eventually outgrow the GME play into other plays. Maybe like a less exuberant Wall Street bets with more DD centric posts. Seems like a lot of shit to manage. It says US debt will be extinguished. Student debt, however, remains. This looks like the end of SLD. Spy's looking strong. Yeah. Is Tesla coming up? Because I just fucking bought some calls here. Hold on. It's good. Hybrid hearing, monetary policy, state of the economy starts in 15 minutes. What's your cat exit target? 195 to 200. You should call the new sub R the Brine. Also, shout out to the Shadow Band gang. Thanks, Willie. When Nordstrom squeeze, seems like it's doing a little bit of that right now. Don't forget, it's in the basket, so it's very good for us too. Did you roll March 18s? Yep. Except my ones that were in the money yesterday. Trimbath tweeted that Treasury's FTD's data on Monday. It's it's very curious. Citadel does have a big short Treasuries position. The low volume match someone being margin called potentially, but we haven't had like lower than normal volume. And we had like 1 million yesterday, which isn't great, but it's not the worst. 76 billion, more than double. Huh. No, that's Demo. Wrench sells scalps in his group. Oh. What's all this about Citadel going public? I don't know. Trying to go public? Good morning, entropists. um, Not to be tinfoil, but the heavy push of cycles are dead, DRS and BZen is sus. Could this be short hedge funds play the cycle, boof everything, defeat the resolve, divide, then cover? Yeah. Especially if they've got like a little wiggle room from FINRA, given that FINRA can apparently do whatever the fuck they want. Wrench takes profits, doesn't hodl. I'm in. Living echo chamber here. We might need to start looking at other people's POVs. Like shorts are closed, or GME is just hyped by retail. I mean, those are not things that I've not looked at. I've definitely dug into all of those things. GWN released positive guidance yesterday. Ripped after hours, been holding strong around 26. Yep. Win SLD. Today's the final day for SLD. For the settlement, I believe. It's Wednesday, right? Yeah. Second. Did you pick up Cat 200s? I picked up 85s this morning. I'm looking for like probably a little breakout of 87, and then I'm gonna pick up April 90s. But I just want to see it happen first. Ooh, did that do it? That might have filled me actually. Hold on, no, dip a little. Darth Gun for subreddit mod. Chugging Glory. How about our prestige stonk wide? Just give me Reddit mod powers and let me have power ego trips, because being a Reddit mod is serious work and I should be worshipped as such. I'll consider it, Carl. How do you know what stocks are in the short basket? Because they're in XRT. We can also track like their FTD correlation with GameStop. You can track price action with GameStop, FTDs with GameStop, options positions correlating with GameStop. What date did you roll your March 18s? What dates are you looking at for price action? I rolled them yesterday. I rolled them to April, just to be safe. And I didn't want to risk any more theta. This is better. Yesterday was kind of dead too, so it worked out. Do you think AMC releasing the number of shares held by retail? What about it? Like they know how many. You just look at a Bloomberg terminal. Are we green because today is the last day for settlement? Today's not the last day for settlement. Tomorrow is for leaps. So it's tricky because they settled the Jan 21 GEX exposure on the 26th, which was actually the T+3 day, right? Like they settled it the morning of the 26th. So this is due tomorrow on March 3rd. But any trades that failed on January 22nd and were marked long on T+2, which was Jan 25th, are due today. Does it mean anything that Nordstrom already has over double the daily volume on average? I mean, it's exciting. Do the quants do any analysis on the FTD of other basket stocks as they compare to GameStop? Yes. I think so. Don't we? Yeah. I mean, mostly, I think the analysis is done between GameStop and the ETFs that contain GameStop. But these are all also in those like J&W or Nordstrom's, Macy's, BBBY, AMC to some degree. Those are all also in those ETFs, same ETFs. Dillard's. Good morning, Jason. Are not a cult bro. The DDS chart you just showed, why flat top this? Sell wall that it couldn't break through, probably. Yesterday's AMC CEO said 90% of their shares are owned by retail. Would GameStop be able to publicly say this in their earnings as well? Yeah. Why do you think the SEC? Do you think the SEC investigation is stopping them? No, I think they don't care. Do you think it has deep freaking value? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know anything about it. Why are the haters hating on me? Go yell at your fucking new TA guy over on Superstock. Tell him he has 20 or 33 minutes. Does lack of volume mean anything? Jimmy was trading millions before, but not anymore. I mean, yeah. there's way less participation in the stock, especially after June of last year. Around what point in time would you think about buying puts on cat to swing the downward price action? I have not been playing too much of the put side. So I played the put side on the last peak. We got here. I played the put side on the last peak here. I didn't play it here because cat is super fucking undervalued still. So if you're trying to play the top, there's a chance it can keep running up. So yeah, I've been kind of avoiding playing the short side when it runs. Like I didn't play the short side here or here. Just because the risk of it continuing to break out was really high. I didn't manage to snag the short side here after it failed that test of the resistance. But that's, I think, the only time I've played the short side on this. Yeah. You could. But I would want to make sure that after it peaks, that you get another low test before looking for like a put entry. Is this volume exciting? No. Feb 24. 2021 was a Wednesday, and the action happened in the last hour, so let's be hyped for happy hour. Paying my ante for MOASS today. Let's get the game going. Reg Show forever. Mordecai and Rigby Wah. Give us some sugar, bro. Thank you, Alan One. To answer their question, I'm doing analysis on Express currently with my 3 DTs. Sorry, now OPEX is over. When's the next possible window for price action? You said futures roll on March 10th before. So today and tomorrow, I think both have a pretty good shot of seeing at least something. Just because of the leap FTDs on the market maker side. And then the 9th and 10th of March. But I mean, technically, if they start closing swaps or forwards, there can be price action in between this period as well. It's hard to say because when they close those swaps, that just creates an immediate buy, right? They have to be closed out by March 10th or rolled by March 10th. Maybe put something on the screen that says something like, I have no opinion on the AMC earnings call, as it doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's completely fucking irrelevant. What do you think of Adam Aaron? God damn, son of a bitch. Oh, you're right. Dillard's actually squeezing? What did it do? Did it do an exciting? Ooh. It might be. For Nordstrom's. 100% can't read that. Nordstrom's now over 3 times average volume. Where does all the extra volume come from? Options. Akros is being called a sellout on his stream right now. Was he going back to AMC? Didn't he tell all the AMC people to go fuck themselves and like it was a dead play? That dude's got to get his emotions in check. What about popcorn loosings? Loosings? Buying puts for earnings? Probably. But like protective ones. I don't know. We'll see what we're trading at. So if DDS, JNW, and Express are all strong as fuck, I think XRT will follow. XRT is slightly up. It's doing a little bit of ups. Nice, Sam. Um, Click on XRT FTDs. Do you think they're settled? No. XRT is still on Reg Show. So I mean they're settled every day. But are all of them settled? No. Otherwise it would no longer be on Reg Show. What do you think about popcorn earnings causing Dillard's and Nordstrom squeeze? Also, what's your opinion on unicorns, the Mid East, and other things that don't exist? Do you think testimony today will make the market much more volatile? It could. Yeah. What are your thoughts on MULN? I just YOLO'd all the last of my money on it. It seems undervalued. That seems like a great assessment. Very rarely is a stock that's worth like $1 undervalued. Looks like you're chasing a bit. And today looks mediocre. You got like a bump and run with and possibly a reversal here. It may continue to climb up a little. 22 million free float. Not the worst. What the fuck do these people even do? Electric vehicle company with a market cap of 38 million. Is this a SPAC? No. Yeah, they may just suck. Like they may not be undervalued. That's the thing that can happen. Sure, exempt volume on Mullen yesterday exceeded the free float. That's so. Do you invest or just trade? I do both. Does AMC don't eat popcorn anymore? Why? Don't let them take that away from you. Is cat still a buy or am I chasing? I mean, this isn't the worst entry. It's still very cheap. Belch, Gurk, I really think Burp, you should care about my company's earnings. We cough, apes gotta stick together. And don't worry, I'm selling my shares to finance donations to my new charity, the Adam Aaron Empty Wallet Fund. Burp. uh, Thoughts on buying Russian banks? Like just the whole bank? Any thoughts on the graph I put in Quanticore showing entropy variance entropy, with the current swaps being entropy? Hmm? Where's this? Yes, they did open up more liquidity to the derivatives market that way. Doesn't that benefit entropy swaps? So you're saying we're seeing 1K hedge right now? Is that what you're tracking? Ooh. I mean, that's bullish as fuck. When did they start entering them? I can't tell on your chart what date that is where it switched. Is that Feb? Was it after leaps? Jamie trade spotting thinks we retest our lows in the 90s. Thoughts? When? When are we doing this? Are we gonna go to 90 today? Probably not. So end of January, they entered entropy swaps. That's very curious. This is beautiful, JFresh. Wait, where's Dork? Does Dork have fresh charts? Are you doing entropy ups? Head and shoulders on JWN or consolidation? I have no idea. Looks like a consolidation on the EMA 30. And they were just shorting the fuck out of GameStop today. Boom, boom, boom. Hold on. Is that doing that? Shit. But there's something important I needed to look at. Ko-Fi. That's it. Sorry, JC. Fart. Greg, I figured it out. Remember the Matrix when Neo met with the architect? All those talking Neo heads are the chats and Discord. You're Neo. That's weird, man. Do you have a price target in mind for when they clear the XRT dividend? I'd like it to go up to like 90, 95. Where's resistance? Probably here at like 116.50-ish. But do I still have it marked? Yeah. Bouncing higher is actually better. But we usually, this has proven to be a fairly strong resistance over the last couple of weeks. Starting to prepare to cover a shitload over the next 2 days. War in Ukraine did not crash the market. Nothing can crash the market. The market is indestructible right now. What do you think about Jan 23 600 Cs? It's like an IV play. IV is kind of elevated right now, though. I don't know, maybe not the biggest fan of that. Yeah, all the retailers have had good quarter four. I mean, I hope GameStop does. I think it will. I think it will have better than quarter three earnings, that's for sure. Oh, bag holding Jimmy, it's squeezed already. I mean, I'm just making money on options. Like, I think that's most people's goal here is to profit off the volatility in GameStop. I mean, it's still a good company, right? Even if what you say is true, why is it? Can you explain why it's a bad investment decision? Have you looked into the uranium market before? I have. Have a obscene amount of CCJ. If there was a gun put to your head, what covered calls did you write on GME? I wouldn't write any this week. Profiting off volatility was not people's main goal here. Yeah, but that's the options we have right now. Where are you and JFresh talking about entropy swaps on GMA in the private channels? The like the research Discord. Guessing Bullard said something bearish. Usually does. Nothing's up with popcorn earnings. AMC still a shit company. But to supplement their $134 million in losses, they've got a war chest of $8 million. So they're ready to keep fighting the good fight as long as Adam Aaron still has more shares that he needs to sell. Can you give a brief overview of the price action implications of the rollover date approaching? It depends on if forwards and swaps are closed out or rolled. We're seeing some evidence of entropy swaps being entered in late January. 1K hedging on the chain that JFresh dug up, which is exciting. I don't know why people call me on the Discord. Don't call me on the Discord. I don't want to talk to you. Spy calls for Powell's speech. I don't know. I already have 420s. Probably not going to buy anymore. If you trade for a living, how do you get insurance? You just like health insurance? You just pay for it. It's like, I don't know, $400 or something a month. How do we profit off of volatility? Day trade GME options, far out 90-day near the money calls, bought during dips, not cheap. Dare I say puts around earnings, expecting reg pulls, all of those things. Why is 1K hedging exciting? Because that means they let it run. Yeah, if they have entropy swaps in place, then they can let it run without, you know, taking any hit to their position from the increased delta. So it allows them to go long the price of the underlying while remaining volatility neutral. Does entropy suggest that they will roll their futures this time? It could. That's a good question. When was the last time they were in entropy swaps? Last January? So last March, they had entropy swaps in place. Maybe in June also. That's curious. And so much entropy swap hedging at the peak of January. It's fucking crazy. The long volatility? Root canal, pineapple pizza, or DRS. Root canal. What's our hopium these days? What dates to pump? I like today and tomorrow quite a bit. And then the 9th and 10th as well. Is it possible that entropy swaps are entered to hedge losses for the March roll? It's possible, yeah. I mean, that's why they would enter them, right, Dunkston? Do you not want us to call you because your AI works only via text? Yeah, I mean, we don't have anything set up to translate audio yet. Zero or 0.25 BPS is the Fed rate call. So just the same. Zero guidance. NFT and credit card in A is the best, and they own 90% of float confirmed and popcorn. Cool. Good for them. Maybe they'll give Adam Aaron some more of their life savings. You still think there's a possibility of MOASS, or has that probability decreased dramatically? I think there's a possibility. The probability is definitely low. We're trading at $118. If we were trading at 350 and you're like, hey, can this squeeze? I'd be like, yeah, maybe. You know, much higher chance. But let's fucking focus on 200, 250, 300, right? First. This seems far more relevant in the near term. It's not like we're just gonna gap up to fucking $500. There'll be some movement before then. DRS is great for price suppression. We thought illiquidity would mean ups when covering, but when delta spikes are covering as needed, puts and shorts easily stabilize. Backfiring or intentional? What's your? I mean, the thing you're describing still benefits the upside. So, I mean, you're describing an increase in volatility due to the illiquidity driven by DRS. And while yes, it does make it easier for them to bring the price down, it also means that when they're buying, the price goes up faster as well. The problem with that is that over time they can reduce the amount of obligations they create, and it makes it much easier to control the price day to day. I'm playing multi-leg debit call options, but I noticed something like a bull spread, like a bull credit spread, debit spread. That's something I've never seen before. There's a multi-leg option that hold positive delta, theta, and gamma. How would I analyze Greeks like that? You would DM me? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sipping on piss. JPAL bull cow bow now. 60 million people went to AMC last quarter. How is that a dead company? How many people actually still go to GameStop store? All the stores I've seen have been dead. 60 million people went there and they're still not making any fucking money, Kirk. That's how. What is desirable for us? Entropy or liquidation? Liquidation. But entropy's nice. DVS announced last week that they're doing a share repurchase. Yeah, I know. It's big. I like it. That's all. Does existence of entropy swaps suggest during the MOASS these positions can be either closed and reallocate the capital to puts or use this collateral for puts on margin? It reduces the possibility of a short squeeze occurring because as the price goes up, the entities that would want to prevent a short squeeze are making money. Do you not think that AMC can squeeze? Absolutely not. You guys own 90%. I want more shares. So we're gonna do a solid and make more for you guys. Are you trying to say the price won't go from 120 to 69 million? No. There's other prices along the way. If no general price increase today or tomorrow, is the futures rule less likely as we would have seen sustained price increase going in? Not necessarily, no. Futures rollovers can occur all the way into the 10th. It's not AMC hate, Sir Poker. It's a warning that you own a company that is selling its float to you. Do you have a suggestion for where to put a savings? Sorry if you can't answer. What? Like, you just want to invest in something? You should probably do your research, right? Investing is risky. I think if you're asking a question like that, maybe inquire at your bank about a savings account. If GME were to be halted pending news, how crazy do you think the opening candle would be? 40 to 350? No, it would halt long before then. When was the last time they entered entropy swaps on GME? I don't know. It's hard to tell. It looks like there may have been some entropy hedging in like the July through October window. And then also the Feb March window of last year. $25 is really noisy. Crazy, they open up $1 or $2 spread. Hmm. Could there be anything other than providing liquid market? Ooh, what do you got here, turd? Consumer discretionary sector. No roll. These are all expiring March 18th. No roll yet on consumer. Okay. Oh boy, Express is moving. Good for you, Dan. Look at it go. You do know this is trading at like its gamma max, right? Be careful with this. Looks good. Until Jimmy makes big moves, we really can't talk shit about AMC holders because we're still in the same situation. Yes, we can, Mark. Do you know why? Because our CEO didn't dilute our float 10x since last year. Received a cease and desist letter from the TGI Fridays legal department. After filing my business license for TGI Pie-Fies, I'm moving forward regardless. What's your favorite for loco flavor? Watermelon. Oh, and the lemonade one. GME like AMC is down 80%. You can scalp options on AMC because it's cheap. Can't do that on GME. How's your options doing? I scalp options on GameStop all the time. And the price swings are way greater. Like a fucking like if you look at like the AMC low for this recent period, here at what like 14 increased to $19 versus, you know, options on GameStop bought at 87 that went up to 130. Is volume getting lower and days to cover increasing a good thing? SS always hypes this up. I don't like Ortex data, so I wouldn't be too hype about it. It's, I mean, the short borrow rate's dropping the last couple days, which is probably indicative of them moving into cover something. Thoughts on SoFi? I mean, if you want to stock to hold for several years. They seem really upbeat today, but things aren't looking great. I'm fine. Do you think all of this Uber popcorn news is going to be the death of Jiffy Pop? I think I need to do an entropy swap on Jiffy Pop. Is anyone interested? Volume is volume getting lower and days to cover increasing a good thing? It just doesn't matter. Do you think RC will drop some big news around next earnings? Why? Well, there's that low test. Is the SPY coming down? No, not really. Fuck, man, they really don't want GameStop to run. Should ask Yelia if there's a delta sensitivity spike today. Powell to increase rates. Powell to increase rates. JK. That's not a funny joke. How did you know the gamma max for DDS? Or I don't know what it is for DDS. I just know what it is for Express. Any concern with slowly declining borrow fee, or is it irrelevant? I mean, it could mean that they're starting to return shares, which is bullish. The AMC shills can't go away and bother Matt Kors and trade trades because those guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And I think people are realizing that. What is this week's gamma neutral? Thanks. 120. GDS up $23. I'm gonna start day trading fucking Dillards. The swings are ridiculous. Are we aware of any mechanism or methodology by which ETFs would not have to go to the market to buy shares for cash settled FTDs? No. I'm surprised we haven't seen price movement yet from all the ETF abuse. You're not the only one, man. It's very odd that none of the obligations have been cleared there in all this time. Especially with all the puts that were closed out on fucking the February 18th on OPEX. What do you think they're pushing it down so hard this morning because of potential volume incoming this afternoon? Are we just on track for more no volume day? I think they're shorting actively, Smocks. They're definitely driving the price down because I mean if you look at FTDs and the rest of the basket, they're realizing a positive effect is being realized across almost every other basket stock besides GameStop. So I asked Yelia if she has an update on the delta sensitivity for today, but I'm not sure if she'll be able to get back to me or not. She may just be busy. Influencers only push AMC because you can grow a Twitter following. You can do it on Gmail. It's very obvious. It has nothing to do with the stock. People on their channels have no idea. They're like the people from SS. This week's Jon Stewart program, the HBO Max series, should provide some additional volume and help with a run up now. Why? I always love knights in shining armor that show up for the stock or that. This is the stock market, a market not created for your success. Play it or don't. I'll do what I want. You do you, boo. Nice, Space Monkey. Are you gonna make room for Roland on your stream after he gets banned from SS? No. You see the returning borrowed shares? Yeah, it looks that way. The overnight borrow rate's starting to decline. Where can I see all the stocks in that basket? Look up XRT. It's the one that's most abused. And look at XRT's holdings. That's good for you. It's me, BK. I'm gonna eat something. Actually, you know what? I made a quiche. I'll go get a piece of it. I'll be right back. Are you guys you and Carl having a tiff? A lover's quarrel, Darth? If that's what you want, plumber poopy hands. Yeah, okay. Uh I'll try to remember to check my Twitter DMs. I literally never check them. But yeah, I'll try to remember sipping on piss. RC tweet about shorts, the epic fail of all time. Maybe not. I tried to rile my fellow dance to action and overthrow the mods. I became timed out. Oh, that's what happens. It's not his theory. The Dooms theory isn't even his. Somebody else's theory is invalidated. Thanks for letting us know, James Rowland. I'm sure he'll find a new one to copy soon. Can we get a biblical analysis of today's price action? Powell holding tight. What's your take on yesterday's MOASS? It was exciting. Trying to make sense of the inactivity we're experiencing. Is the simplest answer correct? They aren't covering because the amount of exposure when run into the call chain would cause a squeeze. That's possible, yeah. Although the OCC just reduced their risk, risk and margin requirements on variance swaps. So what are your thoughts on XRT trading at the highest average volume in years for the last 6 trading days, 8.5 million per day? Could they somehow be utilizing ETFs to dodge your prediction? I mean, it's the utilization of ETFs that form the prediction. Our Lord and Savior Jerome Powell is talking. Shills are here to elicit an emotional response, but they forgot we have no emotions because we posted them as collateral for 0 DTEs. That's amazing, Doug. Have you guys ever had kefir? This shit's delicious. Hmm. Kefir? Whatever. I just pinged you with 2 DDs in the Louvre. Yes. Fuck you, Fluffiosa. Air fryers are shit. Hmm. Kiefer Sutherland? Yes. Did GME earnings call get pushed out 1 month? No. What are the bearish things going on with GameStop, or is it all bullish? We've had no forward direction for an entire year. I wouldn't call that bullish. But there's still time. Anything over 10 grams of sugar spikes your insulin? Kinda, sorta? I don't know what the sugar content of it is. No, no DFE interview today. What's in my quiche? I'm so glad you asked. I'm just kidding. Artichoke hearts, spinach, mushroom, and prosciutto. With a bit of Gruyere and dusted with Pecorino Romano. Hey Greg, happy MOASS. I was hoping you could review my DD before I post it. It combines Fibonacci ratios modified by Nancy P's toe ratio, big to little. The results may shock you. I started using my options account as a savings account. So far it's down 90%. This hasn't gone according to plan. I have Baradactyl. That's correct. Are there any non-stock financial topics that are piquing your interest recently? No. Think about buying some rubles in case the IMF has to bail Russia out in a few years. No, I cooked it this morning. Of course, there's fucking eggs in it. It's a quiche. Damn, that was good. And this weird yogurt beverage is just like, it's the perfect complement. Because the quiche is so rich, right? You just, and this is nice and acidic. It's actually a tart, Stefan, not a pie. Get it right. Well, yeah. TA and TNA Guybrush stock picks, Pickles Dicks picks, meaningful stocks, not your grandpa's stocks, r/DRS meltdown. So you're not analyzing stocks, you watch the Food Network? No. Strong call. They're also all pizzas. When's the best time to sell covered calls for GME? When there isn't a risk of the stock running up. It looks like they do have an entropy hedge in place currently. Ooh, thanks, Fluffyosa. What does the ascending blue line to the chart signify? It's this out here, but there's no low to base this off of. I mean, I guess I could do it from here, but I don't like it very much. So really we're waiting to see where this bounces to find us like a support in that range. But it could be longer, it could be shorter. So this was based off of where we were at this morning. But you know, it's very possible that we bounce here at like 116.58 again. And that becomes like our secondary support for this. But on the 1 minute, just ignore it. It means nothing. Because it doesn't scale properly. Thoughts on Ramsey? He's a really good cook. Chef. Cat's super strong today. Spy and DIA go. Cat is gonna rock it. Yeah, I know. I make a shitload of money on it. I'm very excited. Speaking of which, I think it's about time that I enter my Aprils. Ah. Oh, no. Shit. Yeah, Nordstrom's still running. I know. Yeah, it looks like they've got a hedge in place, which I mean, it's bullish, but it probably means a reduced chance of a squeeze occurring. No, I almost bought weeklies by accident. A 10 AMC Jan 2023 10C contracts are currently worth 35K. AMC strong. Good for you, man. How much were they worth when it was trading at $70? Because that's when you should have sold them. BBBY breaking out. Starting to. It's tricky. I'd really be looking at like 1750, but I mean, this might not be a bad entry. I would give myself a lot of time on this though. Remember, they've been actively doing a share buyback over this last quarter. This has like a little more potential than it did previously. Quite a large share buyback, if I'm not mistaken. I see what you mean about people wanting to short the VIX. My VXX puts are my favorite play in a long time. I bought Cat April 190s yesterday at the absolute dip. I'm so happy right now. There's a line on my portfolio that's green. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. You bought them a little early, but you got lucky and it kept pushing up. I bought my April 125s a few months ago. They're landing me in the poorhouse. Weren't they up yesterday? A lot of the stocks in the same basket as GME are running. Historically, do you know how long after GME runs? It's a good question. Sometimes it's the next day. It's usually within the same week. Sometimes it's at the same time. It depends on how much pressure there is. I mean, they're obviously trying to run everything but, right? If they have a hedge in place, why won't they let it run? I don't know. There's weird shit going on with GameStop right now. Weird, inexplainable things that I can only assume have to do with the rule changes that were put into place. Also, don't forget that GameStop for leaps was covered on the 26th. So if we look back, it was covered in the T+2 window in January, right? It was covered on the final day, that like last morning. So that's the exposure date. Or that's when the exposure from the Jan 21 expiries was realized. And then these FTDs from this are tomorrow. $35 days from here. So it's very possible that, you know, and we could probably look at the other basket stocks and see if those were run on the 25th instead. Like, yeah, like DDS had most of its price action on the 25th, not the 26th. Maybe this J&W might not be a good one to look at just because of earnings is really affecting a lot of its price action today, but let's see. Yeah, the majority of the price action on the 25th for J&W, BBBY. Almost, yeah. I mean, the majority of it's still on the 25th, but a little on the 26th as well. So it's very possible we don't see a lot of movement on GameStop until tomorrow. It seems like all these other ones are leading it by a day. Because GameStop read, and then the 26th was that day that we went from like 90 to 120. It's always tomorrow. But to be fair, I said that yesterday. Then the day before. Then the day before that. HBO documentaries tomorrow. Cool. Can't wait for nothing to happen tomorrow. You think there could be a stalemate game here where RC could be waiting for a run to make an announcement and short hedge funds are waiting for an announcement to have it run? It still doesn't explain how they offset their settlement requirements. With the entropy hedge, do you still think the run stops at max gamma? Yep. It's not that it stops at max gamma. Like it can go beyond that as long as out of the money call buying comes in, but it loses stability after that point. So any price action that occurs above maximum gamma is going to be unstable and realized briefly. So the rule change was the reason they offset the requirements. What does the rule mean for the future runs? We don't know. We don't know if that will continue to be true, or if it's just they were given additional time right now because of the rule change. I mean, obviously, we would need more historical data to support a change in the quarterly run up trends. And you know, as long as we run up before March 10th, then you know at least the window of the cycle remains intact. So we will be able to look to that, but it will be less conclusive if they've somehow changed the way in which they are going to settle these moving forward. So we may not have, you know, that OPEC spike if it's somehow deferred, right? Now, if we get a run after the futures rollover date, that really throws a fucking wrench in everything. Because then that means that they're operating on basically a different schedule, right? And the rules, if you read them, are very vague. Like they don't really seem to tell you much. That I mean, without knowledge of like each firm's internal risk management strategies. You draw a wrench, you can dodge a ball. See a pre-lunch run. Yeah, he said by 10:30. 91K shares returned on iBorrow. Cool. This is all make-believe fucking nonsense. Yeah. By design, open for interpretation. It was a little too open. And then if there was a margin call, FINRA's requirements are even more fucking open-ended. It's essentially like you have 15 business days, but if FINRA likes you, you get some more. As long as you write them a nice letter. And a margin call can be pushed out up to 60 days under 4210 10D. Is it? Don't forget that tomorrow's also the SEC 401 501 C3 extension for FINRA. That would be interesting. Because that would just mean the OPEX was offset by this stupid fucking margin thing. Or no, March 9th is the sorry, SEC 15C3-3. And then 4210 F6 extension is March 14th. But that March 14th one can then be extended again if there's if the board, like if they submit a written proposal. What was the typical implication of shares being returned to lenders? Usually if they all start getting returned, it's very bullish. Because it means they're going to run the stock and they don't want to carry the shorts anymore. Take a look at XRT, possible covering going on. Yeah, absolutely. It's been running up all day. Looks like a very nice bounce too. You the new Vikings Netflix show? No. $100,000 shares just made available for lending in IBKR. Okay. Do the short hedge funds also need entropy positions on the other stocks like JWN and BBBY? Are those in play? I don't know if they do. Those are far more liquid. They may not need it. Also, you know, like buy and hold ownership's probably not nearly as pervasive. If XRT is getting covered and GME price hasn't moved, does this mean they'll likely hammer GME with XRT ETF again? I mean, they still have to clear out whatever obligations are due to XRT from GME as well. That's what we're waiting for, Phil. But yes, if once they clear the obligations, then they can then use it to hammer the price again. If entropy swaps are in place, then this earnings might be the first time we go up. Maybe. As soon as they announce them. Delta sensitivity seems low. Historically, isn't that when they run it? How would you know that delta sensitivity is low? You're just guessing? IB crush this morning is real. It is. Oh, thank you so much, Alethea. I can't stop buying GME. Well, it's your birthday, you know. Indulge. Then what was Jan 6th, 7th? Wasn't that clearing of GME from XRT? Not necessarily. They may have. That's a possibility. But it looked like it was the hedging of that that big chunk of exercised delta, that like 4.2 million shares in exercised puts. JPEL is tied up market and liquidity. Cool. Most of the Reddit basket doing big downs. Rivian. What Reddit basket? What the fuck is the Reddit basket? Is the stream set up for 8 p.m. tonight? A collab? It is. It's not a stream, but it's a collaboration. Just had a real glitch in the simulation moment. All 17 cars I could see on the road in front of me were white for like 30 seconds. Okay. It's gonna be okay, Dave. Did you and the quant team do some DD on one strange trick that hedgies would hate for you that would make GME go boom? That would make hedgies hate you? That would make GME go boom? Probably not. Why does Jimmy sometimes move up with the market on big moves up, but other times not at all? It's just active investment funds. You believe the general idea of your options thesis has been broken? No, I think people just didn't buy them. There was a lot of pushback. If so, does it make you less confident in trading options? Not at all. Thanks for all you do. No problem, man. But I should probably go deeper into that. My position in options is a bit different, right? Like I can just keep rolling forward contracts until they print, and then when they do, and Jamie actually runs, they usually like 10 or 20x. So it's very, very profitable and more than offsets any losses that would have incurred waiting for that run up, right? And it's something I'm used to. It's something I had to do on Tesla for a very long period of time before it finally ran. So it can get shitty, but you know, as long as you keep rolling forward, ultimately you're just paying for theta while you wait. Also, you know, you can trade options on things like intra-week lows, stuff like that on GameStop, and make a lot of money off like a $5 move. Is this a bullish expanding triangle forming? Bullish. Hey, check out D Lauer's Irvin terminal when it launches. Yeah, sure. I don't think anybody encouraged YOLOing. How high do you think Arlo could go up? Up 30% at all-time high. If it's an all-time high, I have no idea, man. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know what the company's worth. So there's a strong support around 117. 116.50 It's acted as a support, I think, like several times now. It acted as a support back here. Where was it? Resistance, support here, and today, and yesterday, like day before yesterday. So it's like four instances of bouncing off of that 116.50. This was when the market tanked with the like Ukraine conflict, but we recovered from that very fast. So 416.50 or 116.50, sorry, is building up a decent amount of stability over the last couple of weeks. Girk, do you live in a trailer park in Arkansas? Fuck no. What do you think is going on at close with a large jump in volume? When? I mean, the NYSE has like a netting order that occurs at the end of day, so you can see some volume on that sometimes. I says they caught a pretty likely example of spoofing end of day yesterday when the price was driven down in the last like 30 minutes. No, they didn't. They just took a picture of an order book and called it spoofing. Berk A, new all-time highs. Cool. I don't really think like Rivian. I don't think a lot of the Reddit stocks that are popular on Reddit move together. Some of them are in similar cycles, but I think a lot of that was just because people were playing all those D-SPAC plays, and those move in like an offset cycle from where GME moves, and then the GME, all the GME basket stocks move fairly similarly. Mike Lunetto, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah.
How many rep sets do you do when lifting? Usually 5x5s.
Get the cash in advance cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
Look at this order book. See the prices and quantities changing? Proof of spoofing. RC tweet. Cool. What did he say? Did he announce forward guidance on Twitter? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Green apple. And he's not wrong. Apple's just theoretically, Apple's the most manipulated stock, right? And it is green today. Interesting. He sold Apple to buy Jamie? Ooh. Jimmy, believe it or not, red. Well, so Apple's the most heavily weighted. stock and all these ETFs because of massive market cap. I think it's also the most or the largest. It holds the largest position in the Russell 1000 as well. RC was banned from SS. That's the 70th tweet. So no rule change recap. I've recapped it like 50 times. Time traveling superpositional cat. They changed the margin requirements for variance swaps, and they changed the risk profiles for the OCC and NSCC for participants. Was it ever strange to spend so much time with people you can't see? I bet it's bizarre. Not really. Any comment of the dupes theory? What do you want me to say? This just looks like FTDs from January 25th from Leaps. That's my choice. Maybe they became an official retailer. That'd be cool. Rancune currently holds 6.2 million Apple shares, valued a little over $1 billion. How can they short it so hard when they have dividends? XRT or Apple? Just pay them. I don't care. It's his 70th tweet. We run every quarter or 4 times. He only owns 1 stock. 741. 100K available to borrow, return 90K around 11 a.m. Not long before the spike in volume and price. Tweeted pictures of pirate flags and skulls and now an apple. Do you think he's trying to tell us we need vitamin C so we don't get scurvy? It's possible. A ton of buyers coming across all exchanges, several dollars below current bid ask. Price drags down towards them, then they evaporate. There's no chance that could be spoofing. That's just limit orders. There's always limit orders below the current fucking price. No. Spoofing is when they hit the order book like repeatedly with a large volume of orders. In order to drive interest into the stock. Essentially churning volume, but not just placing limit orders that aren't filling. That doesn't do anything. Mind updating Reddit? Yeah, I probably should. Oops. Can someone tweet back at RC? Thanks for getting us back to gamma neutral. Serious questions. A, talk about retail earning 90% affect GME. Also, can you explain internalization? No, it doesn't affect anybody. It doesn't matter. And also no. Apple acquiring Microsoft, or after Apple acquires GameStop, after GameStop acquires AMC, after AMC acquires all of their shareholders' money. Fiscal stupidity. So you're saying I'm not my brokerage's favorite? Why did they send me a letter and several emails on how to options? Oh well, buying more 510Cs. Congratulations. Yeah, we're green. It's about the apple. Apple is a seed. Seeds grow new trees. New stocks from a single stock. It's referencing XRT share creation. XRT run soon. Maybe he sold his Apple and bought XRT. That would be the best. RC probably referring to Steve Cohen and his protege Gabe Plotkin. Also, what's up, Ryan Kitty? Welcome back. Man, you know what's crazy? He could just be talking about similarity between his dad, him and his dad. Probably. Who cares? I'm not gonna try to fucking dig into what Ryan's talking about. Bid ask. If bid is $1, ask is $2. Place a huge limit sell at 150, and other people lower their ask to 150 and 60. Then you cancel your 150 and buy their 150. That is spoofing. Sort of. Not really. Spoofing is like you place an order at 150 and an ask at 150 and fill your order, and then you keep doing that a bunch to drive a shitload of volume without actually trading a lot of shares, and then that draws interest into the stock because it's like, oh, why is volume spiking here? His first thought was it being a reference to his father. Yeah, same. But would earnings be a good time for RC to announce if he added to his Gme position or just hopium? It's possible. Or if the company did a share buyback we discussed before, because they do have some funds available for that they wouldn't announce it until earnings. Presuming if FTD coverage is still happening, but no OPEX. Oh, it's a good question. Very good question, Moon. Set a limit sell for 69,420. It hasn't filled yet. Am I manipulating the stock? No. Looks like they may not be waiting for tomorrow. Yeah. I think everyone's getting a little excited about our bounce back to 120. Breaking news, retail buys millions of GameStop shares after a single tweet by How does it feel to miss out on the GME Apple NFT dividends? Great, actually. Someone just tweeted that RC is the single largest private holder of Apple stock. Imagine him buying into DDS. Jesus Christ. That'd be insane. Spyberg 438. Good. This is the forward guidance you were asking for. RC watches the stream confirmed. What if his next tweet has a pickle emoji? Then Superstock has to unban me. There's no other answer to that. Shorts closed. No hedging for swaps anymore. Only shorts left are from ETFs? No. But there's a lot of shorts in ETFs. They have to announce they're an SEC filing within 2 days, wouldn't they? If Cohen bought more? He would, yeah. If the company bought more, they don't have to announce it until earnings because of they already have a share like a buyback agreement in place. Just to make sure, is Dillionaires the best place to keep up with your updates? That or just the Discord is probably better. I don't want to be a mod. Buy the rumors, buy the news. Why did you say Apple's one of the most manipulated stocks? Because it's the most heavily weighted in all of these ETFs. What's bullish about a company buying back shares? Reduces the free float, right? How does that help retail? Fewer shares. It also displays a level of corporate confidence. Ugh. Classic Mac horse 1 minute cup and handle. Didn't Porsche buy a shitload of VW calls? Yeah, they did. Was talking about energy sector the other day. TCE is taking off. Cool. Wouldn't it be more likely that GS took a position in Apple or vice versa as part of a partnership, since Apple is most heavily weighted? When funds go boom, Apple goes kaboom? Sure, it just sounds like hopium. Does buyback mean they have to do a share count too? No. Are you excited to Friday? I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm excited for Friday. Thoughts on JWN? Nordstrom's? I like it. I'm currently up $50 on my $39 investment from this morning. I've seen so many finance YouTubers suggest ETF buying. Do you think they don't know how they work and think they're a good exposure to a specific field without share creation? I mean, to be fair, XRT is far more complicit in this than other ETFs are. Like, it doesn't look like Vanguard ETFs really participate in this very much, or not to the same extent, right? And they are a relatively safe investment for people who don't know what they're doing. Finally got tired of my options losing. Played Cat and Spy for the first time instead of Jimmy, using what I've learned. I'm already up 30 plus 100% respectively. Thank you for everything. No problem, Garrison. Yeah, Jimmy options risky as fuck. They're worth it when they print. It's just definitely risky. Good job on Cat though. Maybe I should get out of my spy calls soon. I wonder if it just keeps going up. Looks good, right? Like, hmm. I feel like I should cut some and cover my position cost at least. Hmm. That's a tough choice. Cat is a monster. It's fucking almost breaking 190 already. Nothing but ups. How the fuck would you even know that? Know what? There's a share buyback. Where do the shares come from if they're all owned, hypothetically? They just buy them at market. I'm gonna reiterate this. No one gives a shit if all the shares are owned. What would be the reason for the absence of 300C on Microsoft for this week? I have no idea. Market makers didn't extend the weekly chain very far. How to AFK a while back. Did you see anything about my Ray strategy being to loop between shorting XRT, then GME, then back to XRT after a threshold is cleared? That literally is their strategy. I described it in at least 2 DDs already. But it's not about shorting GameStop. It's about driving volatility into it. I mean, a side effect of it is that GameStop gets shorted, but do you think the current DDS round is reaching its peak, or can it run further? Is at its highest this year? Thanks for all the great info. I've learned a lot in the past weeks here. I mean, DDS could definitely keep running. As far as probability for a short squeeze, it's very, very high. More government money for cat. Cool. My calls are ready, turd. MFM money. Dude, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson. I appreciate it. Quick, how else you would exit BBIG the second I was profitable? I don't think GME will buy back shares. They just sold them. I find it more likely RC takes profits on his Apple position to further his stake in GME. I just don't care what his tweet means, man. I'm gonna be honest. Can't wait for my one call to go on the money so I can retire. Thanks, Garrick. All my CC money into DDS is what I'm hearing you say. I didn't say that. You said that. We're never gonna figure out what this tweet means. Probably not. Maybe Ryan Cohen's ultimate goal is to in the next couple of years release a book that decodes all his tweets. Why do you skip over my important questions? You just asked me pee pee poo poo. I don't even know if that's a statement or a question. Like, it just seems like you put a question mark at the end of a statement. Isn't the John Stewart thing on Apple Plus? I have no idea. Good for you, Ride the Tide. I'm very happy that you're up. I'm up on my GME position more than you're up on your AMC position. Dumb. Anyway, I still think this just tweets randomly to prove that the SEC that his influence doesn't cause mass buying on his company like Elon does. Possibly. Shills, yeah, the shills are getting busy today. It's cool. Just ignore them. Have you read the post on our Dillionaires about the Gospel of Dan's? I have. What's up, Chicken Tender Daddy? I'm not ghosting you. Coda makes Jimmy go boom, then gets cleared of any manipulation, then writes a book called If I Did It, This Is How, decoding all of his Twitter posts. I think he's going to title the book How I Got People to Hold My Stock for a Year. Have you ever had an acai bowl? Yeah, I have. It's delicious. Imagine volume? No. Manifest it. How is the whole basket, aside from GME, AMC, and BlackBerry running? I don't think BlackBerry is in IWM, isn't it? I don't think BlackBerry really coincides much anymore. AMC does, but that's for different reasons. And the rest of the basket, I mean, they're clearly just covering other positions and not GameStop, right? Explain the good and bad of GME doing a stock split. It would drive more liquidity. It would be bad because it would also encourage selling psychologically. It would drive the price up. It'd be catalyzing without a doubt. Thoughts of this, if this is just FTD so far and we see any significant mild VUP tomorrow or just pure hopium? I mean, today and tomorrow are the best, like the best chance for FTDs from the leap exposure in January. I don't know if that's going to mean VUP. I hope it does. But I mean, there's still a big bag of obligations from all those in the money puts that were closed out that has yet to be covered. Especially if you factor in our almost historically low daily volume each day since. Fill the shill. I'm flying to the West Coast Friday. The private jet is down for maintenance, so flying first class domestic with the peasants. Will I miss anything while I'm in the air? Probably. You're gonna miss me. Other wave guy sold. Yeah, I mean, he was down what, like 60, 70% probably. EA is removing Russia from their FIFA games. GME releases rare FIFA game with Russia on game. Putin closes puts on GME as it trades at 500. Odds for the next news headline. Why no Space Ghost stream card? Not that it matters to me in particular or anything. Did you look at the video coming out tonight, Thaddeus? Because I'm just saying. Thanks, Phil the Show. Why is all of retail ripping today except us? Meme basket, big lots even. Because fuck you, that's why. they're just not covering GameStop to any great degree today. Don't skip your questions, WM. Over 40 million traded on Nordstrom's. Cool. Some of my DDS options are almost worth money. I don't know who's gonna buy them, but March 18 near the money calls have dropped almost 50% the last 3 trading days without a ton of price decline. This is because we're nearing expiry on those. Should this hold value better? It's because IV crushed today, mostly. I don't know why yours have dropped so much. Did you buy them on like a peak or something? Are they overpriced? Not having similar issues with my near and in the money March 18s. They're showing for me as a recommended video, but not today. I can't find it on the Pi 5 videos link. Probably being shadow banned. I don't know. Not to tinfoil, but a 32,000 sweep order for March 4th 130s came in at the same minute that RC tweeted. Cool. How does the stock split encourage selling? Because the people who own the stock now have a bunch more shares. So, you know, if it's like a 3-to-1 split, I think GameStop can actually do 4-to-1 max. But say it's a 4-to-1 split and you have 100 shares now, and you'll have 400 shares post split. What it usually does is it drives up the price before the split. Predictions for Cat just keeps going, right? It's doing great. I mean, it's right at it's the upper resistance is 190.75. So if it breaks 190.75, there's a very good chance of it moving up into the 200 range, 202, 203, around there. And that's where I'll probably be looking to exit some of my position. What sort of movement are you expecting for FTD covering? A $10 move or a run to 145-ish? For FTD covering, not a lot. I mean, at most like 8 to 10%. But if we see OPEX and the fucking gamma exposure realized from last Friday, the Friday before last, which should have happened already, then, you know, that could cause a significant run up towards gamma maximum. First time an RC tweet has appeared in my Twitter feed. His previous tweets, I would have to go to his Twitter account to read. Okay. We don't always end at max pain. There's lots of weeks where we've ended above or below max pain. bought Nordstrom's 30Cs earlier on a whim with you. They're 1.5x close. I'm thinking about it. I don't know. I feel like Nordstrom's earnings were good enough that it could run a little bit more, but maybe because I just bought weeklies. It's like kind of a fun. It doesn't look like it's stopping though. I would maybe want to see like a breakdown, and it looks like it just keeps running. So not closing them yet. DDS is just absolutely fucking killing it today. Up $31 from open. Jesus Christ. $31 from yesterday's close. You play puts on cat? I went over this earlier. I don't like to unless I have like a lower high confirmation. So cat's been in a descending channel for quite some time, and if it were to break, that it could attain, you know, like it's like May, June high. Wait, hold on. If it could attain it's like May, June high, then it's risky, right? Like I didn't buy puts here on this last run because I obviously thought I could keep going. Wait, hold on. So I ended up buying puts here when it failed this lower test. And I rode those to here when it looked like it was going to kind of break out again. You can, but yeah, I would ensure that the run has stopped. Because like here, you know, if I bought puts on this like center trend, then, you know, obviously the stock would have kept going up. So it's risky. It's what this, I prefer, I would say I prefer to see it fail in the upper trend then retest this low trend, and then if I see a fail there, I would consider puts. Oh, why? I don't want to look at IronNet. Do you think the price action is sustainable? Probably not. Actually, if you were going to go long on this, it doesn't look terrible. Like, very long. Past June, I would say. This is close. You have to be careful though, because they can release more shares if the price gets too high. Can look at it go. Bullish. Powell testifying in front of Congress. We're streaming. Probably not. It's just going to be like a lot of political like posturing and grandstanding. Happy almost mess, my dude. Is this a bull flag? No. Wyckoff long? Yeah, I'd give it. I'd maybe leaps at like 5 or 6. I don't know. I'd think about it. I made a lot of money shorting IRNC after that big like Wall Street bets FOMO run up. Shouldn't IronNet be a good stock to invest in anyway? Since the threat of a war and cybersecurity should go hand in hand. Yeah, I don't disagree, but you do have to watch out for the fact that they can offer shares to raise capital still. What XRT stocks are relevant to look at in regards to GME and short hedge funds running certain stocks? Is it any stock in XRT or specific ones? I mean, think about this. If you can go to a mall and find it there, it's probably being shorted right along with GameStop. Mall or small strip mall. So DDS ran hard then because of their special dividend, but they're doing another one. Are Elliott Wave Guy tiers same as Diamond Handing Weeklies? What's your biggest 0 DTE, YOLO? It was 1 DTE, and it was Tesla, $94,000. Jimmy Cup and handle on GME or nah? We can cup and handle on GME. Here? Sure. Is that enough time? It's not really enough time, but yeah, it's not the worst. How'd you celebrate with a big bottle of McKellen? Calls on Wetzel's pretzels. Better not be messing with Hot Topic. Was that the Tesla position that tanked or did it pay off? I actually was playing a bounce test. Like Tesla had come down into close into like a really strong resistance. And I was just playing like I thought it would just bounce a little bit and then continue down. And then overnight it gapped up like $70. So it was good. It didn't open that high, but it opened I think up like 30 or 40. It definitely paid off. The Tesla position that was underwater was my long position on Tesla before back in like 2020, and I had to roll that forward so many fucking times. I never bought myself enough time. I made mistakes with it, but I just kept having to roll it forward like every quarter, and it was eating up all my money for quite some time. It eventually paid off, but fuck, man, I was underwater bad. How do I get over my GME options PTSD so I don't close my other profitable calls too early? I mean, maybe wait for a run before you worry about it. But I usually start moving out of the money positions first and try to cover my cost bases, and then slowly move out of my in the money calls because you have more time with those. Question about JWN. On August 24th, 2021, they posted earnings unbelievably better than yesterday's. However, it was price cratered on those earnings. Why, when they compare to most recent earnings running? Well, there's pressure on it, right? Because they have FTDs due. There's more pressure now than like after August 24th. Like after August 24th, all the pressure was already relieved because they'd already covered OPEX. You go back, let's see, what was it, August? I don't know, maybe it was something with their forward guidance. I didn't look at their August earnings. But I mean, it looks like their stock was covered all the way up into the 24th into OPEX. That was the T+2 for OPEX. And then it looks like they just fucking tanked it along with, you know, everything else. But there could have been something else in their earnings. I'd have to dig through it. Apple event on March 8th. GME announcement same day. That'd be a good day for GME earnings. So the 9th. I think GME earnings will be on one of those 3 days. Just because of how they've been scheduling them. So GME earnings since Cohen became chair have all been the day before future rollovers. So in June 9th, June 10th was the rollover date. September, was it September? Hold on, let me pull up the CME calendar because I can't remember September's expiration date. Oh wait, I just have it here now. The chart. I think I accidentally deleted my Wyckoff chart. That makes me sad. So September was September 9th, and then I don't know when earnings in September were, but they were somewhere around there. And then November or December 7th was the next CME rollover date, and earnings was I think right before that or on that day. So it's lined up. It's lined up with that CME rollover date almost every time. Take a probable profits here in case it breaks at the stop into the 60 EMA. Cool. I got DM'd on Reddit. Turns out you're just a shill, and I'm not supposed to trust anything you say. What say you, Pickle Man? Well, Gaff, I'm gonna say thanks for teaching me the way. And if it's on Reddit, man, it must be true. Why would somebody not only reach out to you, but reach out to you privately to let you know that I'm a big shill? And that seems very significant. I wouldn't take that lightly. Should I buy 415 350 calls to commemorate my 416 $35 calls from last year? I think this could be it. That's up to you, Noah. I'm still confused. Are we hoping we got delayed OPEX, FTDs on ETF rebalance, or GEX for this run? All of it. We have millions of closed in the money puts and fucking no price action to support it. Like no volume to support it. And so, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I still have not seen OPEX gamma exposure be covered. We have historically low volume every day so far since with you know, just that slight run up with the SPY on the day it bounced and on the 24th. And I don't think that was, I mean, the volume that day was only 1.68 million. It was not sufficient. I think that was just FTDs being cleared and, you know, passive funds pushing the price up, but we barely outperformed the overall market. No. No, not Gaff didn't teach you to be a bear on GME. Gaff just taught me to stop giving a shit what people on Reddit think. What's new? Another crime in GME. Still holding. Yeah. If they got entropy swap, they'd want to line up all the obligations into one magnificent day, fake everyone out with how brief the spike is. That'd be good. That'd be a very good way of handling it. Arbitrage not resolving. $2 price difference to France. Ooh. That could be fun. Let me look at that. Picking up a little. It's not a lot, but it's picking up a little. So when's all the exposure due? I don't know how much time FINRA gave them. FINRA doesn't know how much time FINRA gave them. It is very unclear and obfuscated. I even called FINRA and they don't have any fucking clue how it works. There's like, you know, it's like, you know, they get some extra time because of the holiday. And I was like, well, how much extra time? And they're like, well, probably like the same amount. I was like, well, the same amount from which day? And no idea. Sun's ripping. Okay. Don't say that when it's like up like 2%, please. I want to be so disappointed right now. Why isn't that key working? It's up. I don't know about ripping. It is slightly up. Sounds like you called the wrong FINRA. No, I didn't. They have a trade settlement hotline, but it's only for institutions. So you have to have like a member ID number. This happened in November also when I called FINRA and they didn't know what the fuck was going on. What would the same amount imply? I mean, it would imply T plus 2 from whatever day that settlement was moved to, but they didn't seem to really understand how or what day the settlement was due. So if there's an extension, you need to know from where. Like, is the extension from the original date that was deferred, or is it then from the deferred date forward? So like, do they get T plus 2 from the day after the holiday, from February 22nd? Do they get T plus 2 from February 24th? Does it grant any extra time? And these are not things that they had answers to. Ban people who say MOASS for a $2 candle. I mean, the only thing that I can think of that really applies is that a failure to post margin grants 15 business days. But like the holiday deferral, obligations due, I'm assuming, on T plus 2. So you have Feb 18, right? And then you had the holiday on the 21st. So T plus 2 should have been the 23rd, right? Because, it shifts it forward one day. But then, their deferral says the 24th. But then do they have T plus 2 from the 24th? I don't fucking know. And if they have T plus 2 from the 24th, do they then get an additional plus 2 days? For that like market maker T plus 2 bullshit. And they didn't really seem to have a way to clarify that for me at all. So the question is this the holiday deferral or the rule change somehow affected their margin and they were granted additional leniency because of the sudden nature of the rule change? Or was there a failed call and they have 15 days? And there's really not a clear answer anywhere. CV VWAP not updating for a long time. Change out the FTX and the Bittrex lines, Stefan. Use like OAL6, I think it is, or OA6L, the London exchange one. OA6L, and use like the GME March 2022 futures or something to get a better idea, which I think those are also FTX. This sounds like the episode of South Park, the customer service Vindaloop. Apple announcing they're releasing a virtual product launch event on the 8th. Maybe that's what the tweet is pointing to. Possibly. That'd be cool. Call Finra back. You are an institution. GameStop shares see recent volume move above 120 level. The body says no story found. Weird. That's on AMD at these levels. I think it's a good entry. I think somebody asked me this the other day, and I said that these like lows here, like 113, were very good. If it went down to 108, insane. It doesn't look like it's happening with today's turnaround. Ah, yes. More flat. Aside from what you say regarding not seeing volume from millions of FCDs from Jan, I can't get my mind around the lack of price action from the calls stacked up for this week. It's very odd. TVWAP hasn't updated since Feb 25th? What, man? I don't know why you're having this issue. Mine's updated. Will you tell BlackRock to squeeze GME or no? I will not. What calls cover the furthest of those T plus dates? I mean, that's why I moved out to April yesterday. And closed out those March 4ths. Hmm. Ooh. Cat's pushing up through 190 now. This is very good. Investing in Russian banks, ticker SBRCY. Why? Just for fun? Do you think they're gonna recover? It doesn't look very good right now. I can only imagine this recovering if like the war ends and the sanctions are lifted. Otherwise it's only gonna get worse. Did they ever get sued for that type of thing? No. Yeah, I've seen Nordstrom's. Hmm. Ooh. This is very nice. Keep running, I know. Okay. If Dooms had an effect on price, it would have been realized yesterday. What's the best way to find out the cost of waiting to roll my March 18 contracts one day? Is there a good site for graphing the loss over time for my particular call? Optionstrat.com. Throw a Pokeball on the chart so we know where it's at. Also, can you explain the rule of one price your mentor used to talk about? Did Bob get banned from SS? I don't think so. Why? Do you collaborate with JPad to get the money printer on stream? I'm super interested in its opinion of next year. What are your plans for your out of the money 318s? To roll mine, I'll reduce the leverage contracts, but buy time. Not sure what to do. It's leverage time. I mean, it's up to you, man. You can take on the risk and hope that we run in the next couple days, or you can just move forward and not have to think about that. Maybe Cat was the play all along. It's been very good so far. I was just trying to explain why 100% utilization is bullish, but found out that I don't totally know. Can you briefly explain? It would imply that they're using an extensive amount of the available short lending pool. Except that Ortex doesn't have visibility over the entire lending pool. So even if 100% of the lending pool that Ortex sees is being utilized, doesn't mean that that's 100% of the shares available to borrow. And that's kind of the problem with the data that's being used to represent that. Like, it's bullish that it's being used much more than it has in the past, but it doesn't give us like a full view of everything being used. Also, they have like visibility over 17 million shares. If their data was correct, that would mean that, you know, and all retail shares were being lent, that would mean that outside of CS, retail only has 17 million shares, right? I don't think anybody wants to think about that possibility. Is there any advantage to DRSing if you are confident your broker isn't lending your shares? No. You gonna count them with other people? You're heavily invested in Computershare and want to make them some money? Hey Pops, I bought a cat yesterday and I'm not used to the quarterly expirations. Does this much theta need to be refrigerated? Is it shelf stable? It's not shelf stable, but it will last a long time at room temperature, trash. GameStop is the worst company ever. They see their stock get dumped $150 on no news and will not provide any future guidance or reassurance to their loyal investors. Thank you, Susquehanna. Your broker is lending your shares. I mean, technically. Gaff, what if I just transfer my shares from one broker to the next every day? DRSing doesn't prevent your shares from being lent. They're just now double lending someone else's. CNS. Oh, don't ask Gaff for evidence because he'll give it to you. Like a lot of it. Have you deciphered RC's tweet? No. Did you? Everyone, you know what? The next time RC tweets, everyone should fucking at him and just say what mean. Maybe he'll explain finally. No need to lend your 5 shares in Fidelity when ETF share creation is functionally limitless. If they can just dodge cycles and obligations now, then is there any hope for the future? We don't know if they can dodge it. We're still waiting. We need data, right? And we have to wait for that data. So patience. Why is everyone so fucking impatient? You've been dealing with this bullshit and rigged nonsense for a year now. And now it's a problem? It wasn't a problem when we went from 350 to fucking 130 twice. That's a problem when we go from 250 to 100. How about just what? What data are you waiting on? We're waiting to see if they cover. And then when they cover, and then we can use that to determine what the fuck happened and why they haven't covered yet. We live in an age of instant gratification. It's fucking wrong business for that. You know what it is? Everyone just spent a year in like the most bullish market, and they're so used to everything just going up right after they buy it. Transferring daily locks your shares for up to 2 weeks while they continue to lend them on both sides. Then you move back and they'll lend again. You're muddying the math and making job easier. Damn. You miss the suspense when it's over. No, there's always other stocks. What are you hoping to see on John Stewart tomorrow? Do you think it can impact price action in any material way? If DFV shows up and goes, guys, I just doubled down at 100. Other than that, no. Or you know, if Gabe's there, Gabriel Plotkin, and he's like, oh yeah, so I'm still 200% short GameStop. Outside of those 2 events, I don't really see anything changing. Powell, rate increases have already happened in effect. Powell, don't yet know if rates will need to go above neutral. God, I love Jerome Powell so much. Where is he? I need some imagery of my main man. I told you guys what he was gonna do. He does not want to fucking raise rates. And so he's just trying to defer the political pressure. It's like, oh yeah, we're totally doing that, and then but maybe we're not. I don't know. I don't think it needs to be a thing, but it's risky. Inflation's up. Actual God, blow money on my stocks. What about weeklies for Costco earnings? Don't play earnings. It's a bad choice. You could just sell a weekly and then buy it back the next day after the IV crush. You're wrong about the benefits of DRS. It's great for buying karma on Superstock. Oh, yeah, I forgot. What would get more hype? RC double down or DFE double down? Ironically, DFE double down. What kind of indicator is that? Full bull. Is the obligations warehouse in Ukraine? Triggers to DRS one share at a time, so each post gets you 5 to 10k karma. Interesting. This guy's pushing MMAT the other day, 2.12 down to 168 post earnings. Huh. You know, I did once call Fidelity Gaff and ask them to recall my shares. Were you there that night? And they hung up on me? That was fun. It wasn't even like a disconnect. The guy was like, click. I think everyone can agree that the absolute best way to manipulate a MOASS situation would be if everyone transfers all their shares into their brokerage. Then everyone turns on share lending. Wait for the borrow rate. to go over like 40%. And then everyone sells at the same time. See, massive share recall. Yeah, DRS doesn't do anything, Sir Jimothy. I guess we could wait for a market crash when institutions just recall their own shares. In before that's market manipulation? That is an impossible thing to pull off among a group of thousands of separate entities. If we break down under 116, we're going down and probably sub 100 eventually if... I think we need to break down below like 110. TRS is game over for hedgies. Okay. A DRS for shares and the price has fallen 150 bucks since. Seems like it's working as intended. Did you DRS your AMC shares? No, but I should sell them in solid. I'm going to wait for the next share offering and then I'll sell in solidarity. Then I said, why are you doing this to me? And he said, because we're E-Trade and life is a fucking nightmare. Institutions will never recall their shares as GMAs in so many different ETFs. Yeah, I know. If someone's borrowing your shares and you sell them, it forces a recall. It's true. There would be many ways to start MOASS if retail was capable of acting in concert, but they're not. That's why Gensler came out and said it's literally impossible for retail to manipulate the price of an asset. People bought tons of options. GME 500. People DRS GME down 50%. Shh. I've got about 42 bucks. Can I sign a disclosure and hire you as my financial advisor and portfolio manager? Make me rich, Pickle Man. No. Sorry. In classic, the average person is pretty dumb fashion. The biggest wave of concerted retail action is completely pointless. Can you explain or show for new people here why DRS is pointless? It doesn't stop share lending. It's very unlikely to ever reach 100% of the shares outstanding. Infinite rehypothecation or creation of shares through ETFs means that very rarely is the actual lending pool for GameStop even tapped into, and when it is, it's only minimally. What else? Shares will be continue to be lent as long as anyone owns them, and the DTC has them in their lending pool, or lending pool, because they're not serialized. So all shares are equal. Also, CNS ensures that at no time, for no extended period of time, does there exist a larger float of synthetic shares outside of the actual float. So I think a lot of the DRS thesis is built around this idea that there's this big imaginary float of shares that's like 6,000% of GameStop. But only 100% of a thing can exist. And so while, you know, quarterly we may see synthetic shares of GameStop reach, you know, 200 or something percent of the float, you know, this is cleared out through CNS, and it, you know, reduced back down to 100% of shares existing. There isn't these imaginary shares that they get cleared. They don't exist forever in perpetuity. It's not like, oh, throw that in that pile of synthetics over there. Yeah, no problem, man. Breaking news: North Korea, Pakistan, Iran, and other Russian allies pull money together to save Russian economy. So far, they've come up with $22, some paper clips, and a Chuck E. Cheese token. But shares are traded all the time. So they can just keep washing those extenuating obligations through CNS over and over again. Until they're gone. Short plus long equals nothing. Well, no, because they found a better way of doing that with ETFs, right? So instead of having all their obligations due on GameStop and trying to shove all of the FTDs through this pipeline, now they just do it with ETFs as well, right? So instead of just, you know, one FTD clearance, now they have, like, this is like 4, right? And so you can break up your FTDs and move it through multiple pipelines. And theoretically, if they had infinite money, they could create infinite, you know, net settlement loops. Thanks, Johnny A. Petition to ban fake moon. So what long-term obligations can they have left if they just settle things through CNS? That depends, right? Because they were massively at risk in March, January through March of last year. They still had a large amount of obligations, and it's very likely that they, you know, moved these obligations into like total return swaps or large forwards, and they're settling them out over time. A lot of that obligation was solved with the share offering and subsequent ETF rebalance in June. As this dumped a ton of liquidity into the market, right? The issue was liquidity that they needed in order to clear this out. And that's exactly what the share offering and then move to the Russell 1000 did. And so, I mean, it's possible that there's still a large short position on GameStop that's not being realized because it's, you know, covered up with derivatives. But, you know, if they are going to solve that, they're not going to solve it all at once in a short squeeze type scenario, right? They're going to break it up and clear out those obligations quarter by quarter as we move forward. And that's what we've seen happening over the last year, because they're not going to continue to carry massive risk in the face of, you know, retail stubbornness. Let me know when you're at 100%, Sir Jimothy. My positions are not being marked the same. Options profit calculator. Is that site broken? You probably have to adjust your position to the pricing that you paid for when you entered it. Okay, good for you, man. I'm glad to hear that. Congratulations. So in your opinion, how does MOASS actually happen and what chance do we have? If someone steps in and fucks with the margin on their variance swaps and entropy swap positions and can somehow put pressure on the risk that they take on by doing this, by completing these cycles, it could create a point of failure that could lead to, you know, a squeeze type event. But without that pressure, it will just be the same rolling thing until they're done doing it. So what you're saying is, at least what I'm hearing, is that the June share offering Ryan Code approved is in theory funding the great transformation of GME into an online retailer has greatly minimized MOASS potential. Why would GME retailers be happy with Ryan Cohen? I don't know. Idolatry? I mean, it's very good for the long-term investment value of GameStop. You can hope for a buyout to occur, GME to do something that would require a share recall or incentivize a share recall. It can still be catalyzed because there is always, at the end of every quarter, there is this, giant stack of fucking obligations on GameStop. And so, yeah, if a catalyst comes along at that point, then the potential remains. Anyone know a good site to be a sugar baby in order to fund my degenerate options plays? I thought we were building the REIT. Are you just losing money? Cat makes me smile. Yeah, it's doing great. I'm very happy because Cat is making me all my money back that I lost rolling yesterday. If it hits 195, I'm going to have a profitable January and Feb. What kind of things would make GME do a share recall? If a merger or an acquisition, a stock split, maybe. Fuck. I mean, GME doesn't really do the recall, right? Like the shareholders can recall their shares. It's probably about it. Yeah, Johnny LaRue, the long-term play remains, I think, solid. I mean, I'm definitely invested in the business for the long term. I think there's potential for GameStop that isn't even realized in a lot of the things that we talk about, with the NFT marketplace and e-commerce. I think it goes even beyond that if they choose to explore it. But for the near term, we're dealing with these short positions and these variance positions on GameStop. I mean, this is the game they're playing, and I'm trying to highlight that for people. And it may not be easy to predict. There's risk involved, but it's very profitable if you nail it. Profitable? What's that like? Remember in August when we went up and everyone bought calls the week before, or November before it got rug pulled? Sends moonshot. I hope so. And fucking Nordstrom's just won't quit. I should have bought so much more of this morning. Maybe I should buy more 30s. Huh. Curious. It's having a little bit of trouble, but it's starting to break through. How's the options chain looking? Ooh. 2750. Very nice. Hmm. Too much open interest out there. What about leaps? People invest in leaps on this shit? Oh, okay. That's a little better. All right. Some potential. Interesting. We just buy it 2750 right now. How do you think? Guess what ETF Nordstrom's is in? Turd, I know. I'm well aware. Just be careful of IV crush. You fucking go, buddy. Keeping the JWN weekly. I mean, I like the potential for a move up to 30. What spices do you add to your sauteed troll cheeks? This is Moss. I just want to thank you for all the financial advice you've given me over the last year. What? Never gave you any financial advice. My dog is watching again today. Could you reassure that my 510c weekly gambles will not interfere with kibble budget? Thanks in advance. I don't want to talk to your dog. It's weird. I don't care if it's your fur child or not. Bought my first AMDs today. Thanks for the heads up. Cool, dude. Penny shorted my Chinese food order, and I am without a fortune cookie. Because of this, I rallied some retail investors and piled back into GME. Let's fucking go. Does theta decay the extrinsic value of an option at the same rate, regardless of the strike, as long as the option is out of the money? Yes. They had some FTD obligations by jacking around with the FTD report. They didn't, though. They just reported the FTDs early by accident. Spy my squeeze sends like on the 28th. Cool. I hope so. I have a bunch of sends calls, which are very, very, very slowly going up. Are you as high as you look, or do you just look high? I think I just look high. I'm not high at all. Imagine trying to deal with this high every day. 265C gang checking in, formerly 510C gang member. Everyone asks when moon, but no one asks why no moon. Fair. Watch the stream at 0.5 times speed for a drunken Gurk. High is the only way I can deal with this. Fair. If I own call options and there's a stock split, do the calls, strikes also split decrease? Yeah. Everything splits. Is that Powell exhaling? Of course. Thoughts on an IRNT move is just 2+2 from Friday's close, way above max fan. It does have a pretty good daily trend. You mentioned the long-term potential. Yeah, if I were to get into IRNT, I'd probably be looking at like leaps. Like January's. They're super cheap, so there's a reason not to. And then I'd be worried about prices above like $10 in case they want to, you know, release some more shares and pick up some capital. I DM'd you a nice meme. Well, thank you. When the stock gets to here, I can sleep again. I appreciate that, Dan Almighty. Dan Almighty, the shadow band. The split in 2014 was 7-4-1. Haha. Do you think Citadel's employees watch your live streams? I don't know. I mean, if they did, they'd be up on Cat right now, right? Who's your favorite artist in the Louvre? I collectively love them all equally because they are unionized. I have nothing more to say. We're just moving with the spy? Sure. Is JWN in XRT too? Yeah. It's one of the basket stocks. So is Macy's, Dillard's. I'm just really mad that this morning I could have bought these fucking Nordstrom's $30 two DTEs. I should just bought like $10,000 worth of them. Such a good deal. Oh well. Butthole. Hey, look, we're going back to 121. I bought spy calls at the beginning of Biden's speech. They're doing good. My biggest regret is not buying more. That seems to be a common thing. I need to YOLO harder. Sun's hit $2. Cool. Just another $1 to go. Again, they're micro covering. Maybe. Sends the new Jimmy? No. What brokers use to trade options overnight? I don't trade options overnight. Biden's speech started post after hours. I'm talking about the day of the dip. The one that he did. We streamed it here on the stream, and while we were streaming it, I bought SPY options. We're gonna run this week. Would a good signal be JWN's run ending? Not necessarily. It could keep running. If Elliot Wave's guy bought 20K worth of GME leaps, even just 6 months out for 150, would likely be a winner. Probably. GN, converging with increasing delta sensitivity. Let's see if this PM gets spicy. Letting you know just for fun, if we rip, we may have a nice live indicator as of 12:15. Interesting. Very interesting. No delta spike today. Delta neutral is curving up though. Oh, thank you, Yelia. Okay, so Yelia says no delta sensitivity spike today, but delta neutral is curving up. So it's pulling up with us. That's good. Jock itch, Cockburn, bullish RC tweet. Apple is green. Prophecy is real. Here's the upcoming chart. Set your time interval to 15 minutes and follow along. If this plays out close, I want the quant team as an algo guy. We're at the bottom left. Cool. Clips. If you guys have clips that you want me to compile, like that you've clipped from the channel, just post them in the clips channel on the Discord. Don't DM them to me. Why does DDS have such a hard time with 280? I mean, I don't know. Maybe because it's fucking up like $31 already today. Is Sens the play all along? Probably not. You elaborate on or share that indicator you just talked about? No. Can you put Justin Roland's clip in the compilation? Clip the clip about clipping clips. Good. Where's all the DRS bots at today? I don't know. They were here for a little bit, and then the price started to go up and they disappeared again. It's like they have more important things to do when we're up $2. I need tinfoil hat time on the computer tonight. I don't know if I want to participate in that. Does anybody love how we're like kind of inversing yesterday? Remember yesterday is like the head and shoulders drop, head and shoulders drop, head and shoulders drop. Remember that? But now we're just doing it backwards. Mind games. For clips, if there's a mod that can aggregate them, they can be used to help flesh out a school of stock wiki. That's true. That'd be super cool. I have someone who does editing, so if you just submit clips, like I can have them put together. I feel like there should have been a lot more volume today. Why are we still under 1 million? Because nothing was happening today. It's good. Think about it this way. If there's a lot of FTDs, there isn't enough volume for them to clear them. Will you clip my little kitty toenails and tickle my toe beans? I'll tickle your beans, J Fresh. Where's Trash Dan? Trash Dan, you want some work? Wake up. This lack of OPEX deliveries is beyond crazy to me. My brain can't stop thinking about it. That's because your brain is not normal, Stefan, but it's okay. Just relax, dude. How's your sends calls doing? Now only down $200. Usually low volume periods typically precede a run up. Sure, you could look at it that way. At some point, there will be a rush of volume into GME for no reason at all. We'll halt out of nowhere, and we'll all be sad because we sold our options to roll. I mean, they know when you sell them, right? So it makes sense. Who's in Oklahoma? Wake trash up. Boof, Mary, Kiss. Darth, Kiss, J Fresh, Mary, Trash, Boof. Trash is a duck, so the body is very streamlined for that. And then J Fresh is wealthy. So Mary, obviously. Darth Dan needs a kiss. He's had a rough year. I might cry now. Any explanation for after hours run up a few months ago? No. I'll say it's probably the same thing that happened on November 3rd. What was the volume in that after hours run? 890,000. Oh, I hate this stock. Why do I know so much about it? It's depressing. I know the volume for like all of our runs. It's now I'm sad. Thanks for making me sad. It's not a slow squeeze like Tesla. Stop saying that. The Tesla squeeze is a totally different thing. There's no comparison. Don't be sad. Your obsession and knowledge on Gmail is literally why most people pay you subs. Fair. But yours is like beyond mine. I mean, you're even more obsessed. You're still, you're fucking having a mental breakdown over the missing OPEX volume. I appreciate it because I feel the same way, but I've learned to ignore that feeling. Tesla dead. What's it doing? It did peak nicely. I hope Victor made some money this morning. Tesla looks like it's bouncing back up. Actually, this is a nice reversal off VWAP. It could move up at like 10, 20 bucks. What am I doing? GME, GameStop. Boom. Can you explain more on why the Tesla squeeze is totally different? Well, first of all, Tesla had a lot of perceived value. Institutionally perceived value. And a loud, boisterous, and famous CEO. Additionally, there were short positions in Tesla. And they got squeezed out. And then they piled back in because they were like, this company's shit. And they're not wrong. And then, you know, they got back in and they got fucking squeezed out again. And then they were like, okay, this is it. This is way too valuable. So they piled back in and then they got squeezed out again. And this just kept happening over and over and over and over again. And likely still continues. Margin call theory isn't dead yet, right? I mean, yeah, it's not dead, but there's no proof. Which is, I'd rather it be dead and confirmed than it just be like, maybe. J-Prow's money breath is the way. And what's even worse is the entropy. Like, the entropy levels indicate that we're in for a big fucking move at some point. Tesla has actual assets and physical collateral to support its debt obligations. A little bit. Eventually, people are going to realize that Tesla's a car company. And not the most profitable one. How do you see entropy? One of the quants built indicator for it. Biblical analysis of the day. Can you explain your thoughts on the entropy flip to the upside? Big move? I made a video explaining entropy for a 5-year-old. It's in the stream clips. Tesla is not a car company. It's a software company, a battery company, infrastructure company, an AI company. Just saying. And it's also none of those things. But as long as people believe it's all of them. I would say that, yeah, probably closer to being an energy company that sells cars. Tesla fanboys, so much like Apple fanboys, corporate fanboys are the thing I love the most about the stock market. Like, this is my company, and they're the best. They have no competition. Sorry, I meant the indicators lead you to think that entropy is in play for a flip because for a flip to positive price action. I'm gonna show you guys in a second. He's giving me some of the good right now. Can you explain entropy to an 8-year-old? Yeah, I'd probably explain it the same way I explained it to a 5-year-old. Think of it as the amount of energy accrued at a certain price point. It's almost like VWAP, except its desire to return to mean is greater. I don't drive a fucking Tesla. I own Tesla. Why would I buy one? Why don't you start a hedge fund? I don't know. I don't want to work. Ironically. Can you give an idea of the size of the current? Well, the entropy hasn't spiked yet, but the current dip is the lowest it's been all year. Well, I guess not dip, but increase. It's inverted. I love the phrase good. Yeah, I try not to buy things from companies that I own stock in because that doesn't make sense. Getting like 0.00001% returns on my purchase. I just use a credit card. DFE tweeted about how much cats rule in June of last year. Was he talking about cat? Maybe. DFE is long cat? I hope he didn't buy it in June. I hope he waited for the dip. Dad, I heard you called for me. What need? JFresh needs his toe beans tickled. Can you handle that? Do it, trash. He pays well. Okay, good. JFresh, I got you the hookup. Just order a Wendy's burger and Trash Dan will be there in a minute. Just Trash Dan, catch a ride with the DoorDash driver. Just stand at the counter at the Wendy's by where they put like the to-go bags with a little sign that says JFresh. What range scale? 4 hour, 3 months. Or better yet, 4 hour, 6 months. Do you think JWN will continue to run tomorrow? I don't fucking know. Can I ask you a day trading question? Shoot. Does entropy work similar for every single stock ever? It's a bit weird on like indexes because they're constant growth. But for the most part, that could be through June. That works. Okay. And can you, Dork, can you give me one close to now so I can see if we're moving up or moving down more? Are we starting to reverse? Wonder how leading this is. Kirk's the biggest corporate fanboy ever. Owns a Switch from GME, drives a Tesla, streams with an AMD card, shops at DDS, and eats at Wetzel's Pretzels. Gotta support my companies, bro. Are you excited about D. Lauer's news for tomorrow? Not until I hear it. Very curious on VIX versus entropy graph. I bet that one might look different now that I think about it. VIX price versus entropy, I'd say, is directly proportional instead of indirectly proportional. Yeah, probably. To close a few. Nice, dude. More ASMR on camera stairs? No. Oh, God, I love this. I heard you mention something about November 3rd. Do you see an after hours run similar to this week at some point? No. We might run after hours tonight, but it's not. I don't think it's similar to November 3rd, or I think January 6th may have been similar to November 3rd. Or, well, I have a theory, but I need to dig more into it still. Entropy seems like it would be an incredibly leading indicator for leaps. Yes. Oh shit. Dude. You can't just. Okay. Well, this is bullish. Okay, now I'm excited again. So let's look at GME entropy on the 4 hour back since June. So this is the peak. These are the peaks of August and June, November. So you see our entropy slid way up from like November, literally from November 23rd on. We expect this to snap back to its mean, right? And move back to that average. And this is higher than it's been all year. And then if we look at the nearer term chart, we are in fact turning around as of, what is that? Is that Feb? What day is that? Is that Feb 8th? So Feb 8th marked the turnaround. Anyway, this kind of gives an idea of the amount of pressure used to drop the price. Significantly greater than the pressure we've experienced for the rest of the year. This move back could be violent. It's good stuff. I'm very stoked. That's awesome. I can't believe we have that much of a turnaround. Slow, but up right now. Is it still CNS time? Yeah. For like another hour and 20 minutes. Move JPEG. No. I think MTB Dork would be a better way in on how he's deriving the value and his methodology. Do you recommend to roll at the money, in the money March 18th, to out of the money April 14th, today or tomorrow? At the money, in the money March 18th. I didn't roll any of my in the money March 18th, and probably won't until like the end of this week. Maybe Friday I would consider rolling in the money, or just closing them for profit. At the money, I mean, I rolled mine yesterday. What are the 3 dates you mentioned before 3/3, 3/8, 3/10? It's 3/9, 3/10. And 3/3. Today was one of them. 3/2. These are FTDs from Leaps. These are ETF FTDs from Leaps. So these are Leap FTDs from MMs from ETFs. Is that what you're asking? The dates that I predicted in my previous DDs were for this cycle were the Feb 18 T+2 window, which was 21 through 24 or 22 through 24. So we're due for a massive spike soon. Well, entropy is due to go back towards 0, which would mean a price increase, yeah. Or below. Anything new, Wind Moon? Or we're just looking at entropy, like the entropy volatility variance model that Dork built. Rate of change has been declining. I mean, we've begun turning around. Or do more screenshots, but my PC is in corporate land that hates me. No worries, man. Maybe we could do like a little update later for everyone and share that. I'll talk to you after this is over. Does a return to 0 on entropy swaps imply a revision to mean on VWAP? Sort of, yeah, you can think of it like that. Like how much energy required to move us from VWAP to where we are now. Like if we go out here to like trading view here, let's try to do it this way because this could be an easier way for people to understand. Load chart, son of a bitch. New chart. GME. Okay, so let's do. That's not the time scale I want. Let's do the 4-hour. So if we look at it out here on TradingView and we look at like where the fuck is that indicator? There we go. So if we look at our like this anchored VWAP range, right? It's the, think of it as like the amount of energy taken to push us down below this. Right? And then that move back to negative is the upside. And we've already begun to turn around. So we're already in this stage of it. And then obviously that turnaround can drive momentum, right? Which can move us up above, at least briefly, before coming back down towards. So like it can move, if you think of this as like the 0 point. The modeling of it is not really my area of expertise. That's more like engineering side. I've used the entropy on other tickers to verify its integrity. I mean, yeah, he's checked out a bunch and, you know, used it against the SPY as like a baseline. Also, an interesting correlation with XRT and entropy is that we see that they started using XRT to begin shorting on like October 29th, way before it went on Reg Show in December. And then we see an immediate shift in XRT's entropy after December 17th. So from October 29th through like December 17th, we see this big change in XRT's entropy, and then as soon as it's thresholded, it reverts, which was interesting. And then we see this similar correlation on GameStop. It's hard for me because I don't have the like the thing. Maybe Dork will give it to me. I'll ask him, and then maybe I can like actively use it in TradingView and try to show you guys. But I know it has to be adjusted for different time scales and stuff, I think. It is complex. Ew. What's happening? Oh, I don't like this. Close. Did you say entropy hedge has been entropy 1K entropy hedging has been identified? Can't be entering a new phase B when entropy is spiking. Yeah, I mean it does help confirm Wyckoff C. I agree. CD movement. I see I would have held J and W here until I was on the streets. It's kind of that we know what'll happen, but the time, I don't know if it really tells us how quickly. I think it accelerates as it moves back to zero. If you try to think of it more like physics, is that, you know, it accelerates into the peak, and then it decelerates into the peak, and then slows down, and then starts to shift, and then accelerates out. So and we're like right here, right? So as it moves out, it begins to accelerate back towards that baseline. Don't know how quickly equals exactly the reason leaps have an incredible synergy with entropy charting. Sure. It's the way in which an entropy swap is hedged, somebody. It's the specific like volatility and gamma positions that need to be taken that would infer a entropy swap is in place. Is it possible to estimate price at that baseline? No. I mean, you could actually assume like that weighted VWAP, so like 180. But that data you showed us did not indicate an acceleration down. If you look at the chart for earlier entropy flows, did it? It does, more so in March and June, and less so but that's because the reversion in August and November was slight, right? Like entropy there wasn't a lot of buildup, right? It kind of just went it kind of just like went up and then back. But this one was far more significant. It just kept climbing. And remember, it's exponential, right? So it's I think a better way of thinking of it is like putting energy into a system, and like if being long is putting entropy in, or like energy in, then short is pulling energy out. Why did you use the weighted view up from Feb and not Jan? Oh, because that big flash crash was like the last time that people sold. If you go from Jan, it's weird. But mostly after the flash crash in March, it's just buy and hold. Before that, there's a lot of like selling and noise going on. Can you explain pipe investors and how it can relate to GME? I don't know if it really does relate to GME. That's a big issue on SoFi because all the initial investors are just like waiting to realize profits, and so they just keep the price of the stock low while they sell covered calls. You skipped a super chat. It was fun. Oh, I'm sorry. Justin Timberlake is enlisted in the Ukrainian army. He's been stationed near the Crimea River. Very, very well done, Velvet. Excellent. Congratulations for being in the top five posts of our super stock right now. Real proud of you. Thanks, Ryan Cohen. Basically, the harder the push to move us down, will eventually have the same movement upwards before going back to the mean. Yeah, well, it can be greater than, right? Because of that like acceleration to mean, right? So like because the stock wants to be, think of it like the stock wants to be here at the zero line, right? But because they're pushing so hard, the acceleration back can, cause it to pass through. If that makes sense. We see a big like liquidity drop in VW as well. If you look at VW's entropy moving into its squeeze, it does a very similar thing before kind of turning around and rising into the squeeze, like hitting like these like all-time lows technically. I think I grew a wrinkle. I just realized that extremely high entropy equals Wyckoff phase C spring confirmation. Can't be entering a new phase B when entropy is spiking. Okay, you just go wrestle with that thought, Stefan. So obviously unknown is how much energy they're willing to put into suppression for their purposes, but I think I heard you saying entropy hedge has been identified. Yeah. Please clip. It's like so okay, I'll clip the whole section, but it's like I don't know. It's a lot to clip. Where does this fucking even start? All right. Citadel makes its money on volatility. Is that what we are seeing on entropy and then restart the money printer? Yeah, kind of. We still don't know how accurate it is, obviously, because this is our first. This whatever run occurs will be our first like run track while tracking it, right? $3.9 and $3.10 could be interesting. It could also be interesting because you know, any TRSs from last year will be expiring and need to be rolled. Any forwards that are closed, and any swaps that need to be rolled or repositioned. You know, the CME roll date is March 10th. And then this also combines with any FTDs for ETF FTDs for the leap period, which was Jan 21st through Jan 26th. JPOW. I need to shrink him down. He's getting too big for his britches. So it's interesting. I mean, I think we're seeing a potential setup for the type of run that we saw in March and June, but I'm still unsure. And the delay of OPEX is really upsetting that. And there's a couple reasons that I've thought of that could be why we're seeing a delay in OPEX. I'm just not positive on them. How hard is it to put checkpoints on the VOD and then label the checkpoints in the VOD? It might be less work than clipping and editing that clip. I don't even know how to do that. That sounds... I'll just edit it. I'm convinced RC is definitely planning something with Apple now. Spit what out? We're seeing Gen 21T plus 3 plus 35C today? Today is January 25th FTDs. Not ETF, MM. And then tomorrow is Jan 26th, 3-3. Spit your theory on delayed OPEX. This is super hypothetical, and I'm still thinking about it, but there's a possibility that the OPEX runs we saw for the last 6 quarters have been obligations due to IWM. And it's possible that IWM expires on FMAN, right? And that XRT, which is the new go-to ETF, expires on the, what is it, March, June, September, December, I think, cycle. And so it may be that like our new OPEX for this year, because we're no longer in IWM, is February, March, August, November, is on March, June, September, December. And so I'm thinking that it's a possibility, and I don't have any proof of this yet, but because XRT's dividend comes out in March, I think it's a possibility that that Russell 2K shift just was finally resolved in November. And now we're on a different cycle. Does that make sense? I mean, that's just what I'm thinking. I don't know if it's accurate. Nope. Now you're just making up acronyms. No, this is real. I mean, Fman and MJSD, they're not actually used for this purpose, but it helps me explain it. It's just a thought. Don't go putting it out there. I mean, it's just a thought. I still need to dig into if that's in fact true. But I have suspected for a long time that the correlation that still existed between GME and AMC had to do with like unfulfilled obligations in IWM. Because AMC Russell 2000, GME Russell 1000. So after June, it didn't make a lot of sense for them to continue tracking, and they've actually tracked less and less since we saw that flip in AMC when it ran up to $70. And so that would kind of explain why we're seeing more and more divergence from AMC over time. Kirk gonna get banned on RSS for this. James Rowland just posted your new theory. Figures. Is it okay if I don't understand entropy at all and just want to be rich? Yes. Theories on where today's IV crush coming from. Nearly all options are negative on the day, with Jimmy up 3%. Just low volume. I mean, if they are going to run the stock, they're going to try to crush IV as much as possible into the run. This is common practice. How do they just crush IV? Is it a function of price movement? I mean, if the stock is going down on low volume, IV is going to crush. Is today an example of crushing IV? Yeah, IV is down today, I believe. So if the OPEC cycle for XRT is different, then it would be the 17th. Theoretically, like quad witching would be the expiration of its quarterly OPEX. I don't know if that part of it's true yet. It's hard to find. Yeah, so it'd be like T+2 from March 17th if that shift occurred, but I don't have any confirmation of it, right? So it's just arbitrary right now. If your current thinking is correct, then they won't cover to March 22nd, 23rd. Is that right? Yeah, that would be like when the OPEX would clear out. But maybe before because of the dividend. See, that's what's weird is like why wouldn't they clear out the obligations before the dividend? And I think XRT's dividend is on March 17th. Although maybe I should ask Turd. I think Turd told me yesterday too. Let me look. Yeah, it's the 17th. Ex-dividend date's the 17th. But what's the day of record? See, the day of record is March 20th. That's weird. That's just 7. So maybe they could clear it out before they have to pay the dividend. What about the closed put OI? Still unrealized. But wouldn't March, hold on, wouldn't that put it like 30 days from the closed puts? So if we... So if they were closed on Feb 18, 35 days. It's March 24th. I mean, it lines up, but it may just line up because of, you know, the nature of quarterly cycles lining up. Bastille Day 2022. Yeah, I need to dig into all of this a lot more, but it's just speculative right now. How do you identify the theta drop-off date? It's usually around 30 days to expiry. Then it starts to drop off really hard, 45 to 30. Can forwards count as a locate? Sure. Probably. I don't see why not. You mean just coming up with the market? Yeah, it's possible. Let's dig in now. Theory without a hype date, I expect better. I mean, the hype date, if that theory were true, would be T+2 from March 17th. But that's kind of crazy, right? Like, there would be a lot to explain in that transition. Like how a 3-month, 6-month forwards? So quarterly and semi-annual. Okay, so I guess we could try to map it out. So we have GME IWM obligations going into June of last year, June 21, and they're held in 3 and so quarterly and semi-annual forwards. And those get cleared out on August 24th and November 22nd. And then, you know, here in October 29th, they begin using XRT to short. And then, so then if XRT has a different obligation window than IWM did, then it's possible that XRT OPEX is March 17th on quad witching, shifting the cycle forward to quad witching, which would mean that March 17th T+2 for new obligations created from October 29th forward, which is, you know, 35 calendar days from 2/18, which is the day the puts were closed. Those in the money puts, not dumps, the other way around. Yeah, those dates are accurate. Those are 100% accurate. You can back check them, Brumsticks, if you want. Turgid? It's an explanation. I mean, that's the point, right? Is to find reasons why what you think didn't happen. I just want to feel special today. Thank you, Girk, for putting up with me. Oh, thank you so much, Trina. You didn't have to donate me money on your birthday. That's ridiculous. Well, I hope you feel special, and a happy birthday to you. Thank you so much. Aside from earnings, what crushes IV? Low volume. The theory is only true if XRT has a different obligation window. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so MJSD is a bit of a misnomer. I'm using it to define expirations, when in fact it is used to define OCC listings. So if MJSD is used properly, it describes the order in which these options are opened. And I'm using it to describe the order in which the obligation windows expire, which is incorrect, but it's easier way to explain it. Like if I can say these quarterly options expire on this, then it makes it easier to understand. So like if IWM quarterly options expire Feb, March, August, November, and XRT quarterly options expire May, July, or March, July, September, December, does that make sense? T+2 of March 17th would be around GME earnings, so any run will be easy for MSM to at least mention or run around that time. And there's something else underlying that could cause that as well, right? Like what if, you know, they started shorting with XRT on October 29th, but they didn't, the ETF didn't enter those forward contracts until December 17th, or maybe even January 6th. And then those are 1 quarter, so they extend beyond the rollover period of this current cycle. So instead of, you know, they're cleared out through the futures obligations, but not cleared out through the OCC obligations that occur for OPEX. So it could also be a shifting of where these ETF forward contracts are entered. That's another one, but that one's even more speculative. Do you care about fundamentals? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I enjoy the prospect of there being a potential short squeeze, but my GameStop position is still significantly above its cost basis. So, and I own enough of it that I'm definitely in it for the long term. So if a short squeeze happens, awesome. I hope I capture a lot of profits on it, especially with options. But I do actually believe in the potential of the company. I know people think I don't. I wish that potential was highlighted more, but I think everyone does. What's your cost basis? With my options losses right now, it's around like $88. I'd have to do the math on it, but it's up. I had it down to about 69 in August, and it's up again. Well, I don't know. If I closed out my options right now, like my in the monies, maybe, yeah, it might be a little lower than that. But that's like my cost basis for all my options and all my GME positions since I bought in initially. Are all your shares long term? No. I exercised. I think I exercised about 30% of my shares between early June and kind of almost all the way into November. So anything I exercised, I don't have those yet for a year. So this November, those would be long term. Everything else was from Fab. Without a squeeze, what's your price target for GME in 5 years? I'd like to see 250 to 350 steady. I think they could potentially, if there's no change in the size of the float, like they don't do a split, it could potentially be higher, but it depends on how, you know, how they develop their e-commerce side. I think if they do a really good job with that and they start to realize a lot of value from the NFT marketplace, it could be potentially much higher. But that's kind of like my conservative estimate for like a 5-year window. Would be about $30 billion market cap. Don't get me wrong, that's very conservative, but yeah, I know how much Chipotle is. Chipotle also has half the free float. So if Chipotle had the same free float, it would be valued at like a little less than half, but it'd be valued around like 700 or something a share. Don't get me wrong, I do think we could do better than Chipotle, but Chipotle has been fairly successful. Bad comparison too, because way different industries. If XRT gets stuck holding the short bag, can't find a counterparty for forward contract. The counterparty for the forward contract is built in, right? If these short hedge funds have massive short positions, right? Because then you're writing a contract that I'll buy your shorts. It's fucking genius. The system that I think they're using is, and if they're not using it, I've now told them about it. Anyway, you said without a squeeze, Juan Hernandez. A split will be necessary down the line, right? 70 million float is too small. If GS will be as big as RC wants, not necessarily. I mean, you can just have increased value, right, and reward your initial shareholders instead of, you know, increasing liquidity and bringing on new investors. If NFT marketplace becomes like the Steam marketplace for AAA titles, where your wallet holds your NFT game items, 50 billion market cap is nothing. We'll see. Do you expect a run in March 10th? We could see one because that's when the CME rollover period is. Also, we have ETF FTDs, like bigger ETF FTDs due on March 9th and 10th as well. So anytime we have a large quantity of FTDs with another possible catalyst to apply pressure to that daily CNS process, that's when we experience our largest moves. Because now CNS has to compete with the buy pressure in the market, instead of just churning volume by itself, because there's this additional buy pressure. So if there's a lot of short FTDs, And then, you know, also outside buy pressure coming in, it makes it much harder for CNS to net settle. And I think the system becomes its most inefficient on those days. Steam banned NFT on blockchain on their platform, correct? I believe they banned crypto sales. I'm not sure about NFT on blockchain. Maybe. So if they aren't using your described cycle, you're opening a hedge fund to use it? No. I sold CCs for 170 for March 18. I don't want to get assigned. What should I do? I mean, you can probably wait some and potentially buy them back. I mean, you can always buy them back. You can roll them out. It's very easy to protect a covered call. Yeah, you could buy like a March 18 160 to protect it. Cat going down, cat peaks. I mean, probably intraday. I'm not really concerned. This isn't like within my price target. My price target for cat is like 200, 198, 200, that range. Let's say 198 to 202 is my price target for an exit. So, I mean, if you're chasing it with like weeklies or something, yeah, this looks not great, but I have a lot of time, so. Market Chameleon, Spider, SP, Retail, ETF announced their next X dividend date will be on March 21, March 2022. The next dividend, XRT, is projected to be 93 cents per share. Okay, cool. The fundamentals really matter. I mean, no, if GameStop's being valued as a tech company, then not at all. But if they're being valued as, you know, a retail store and a e-commerce, then yeah, the fundamentals do matter. And yes, the fact that I definitely assume that currently most institutions would consider GameStop a risky investment and overvalued. If we went down like sub $80, we'd probably see a lot of institutional interest. When you roll out a CC, is that a net credit? This is why it's easy to roll it out. Yes. You expect to run from Leap FTDs tomorrow? I think it's a possibility. That we see a run tomorrow, Ryan. GameStop isn't trading at a fair valuation. I mean, it depends. If you look at analyst reports, it is. Like your fair valuation or perceived fair valuation, because, you know, analysts, the majority of analysts put it somewhere between like $60 to $100. There's a few that are higher, but most are lower. And that's what institutions are going to be looking at, right? They're not going to take your word for it because you're bullish. It doesn't negate all fundamentals from an institutional standpoint. Not until there's the kind of FOMO that you see in Tesla, where Tesla's become so highly valued that, you know, institutions have to participate in it. Stream code NFC is coming soon to GME Marketplace. Remember, there was a very long time where nobody was really participating in Tesla besides short funds. I hate to think about GME not MOASing. Yes, I will make money long term, but I hope to have something that could have brought financial freedom. GME to the moon. That's fair. And that, I don't think that possibility is gone. And even if it were, I think there's a lot of ways that ownership in GME and the understanding of trading options on it could present just as much value. But yeah, I mean, it requires a little more, and I wish it didn't. How could GME have gone from $3 a share to what it is now on no news? There wasn't no news. There just hasn't been any since. Why'd you resting on your laurels and de-resting your shares? Why would I? I guess. Unless CS wants to pay me like fucking $20,000 a week, then I have zero reason to DRS my shares. Especially if I have to wait for a turnaround. Are you no longer bullish short term? No, I am. Absolutely bullish short term. Why do people just only understand full bull? You can be trepidatious and risk averse without, you know, being bearish. I'm not selling covered calls yet. But if I think no run's happening, I sure as fuck am. You know why? Because I have 80% of my capital tied up in GameStop and it's not paying me any money. That's why you sell covered calls. Selling covered calls is not selling shares. Bulls and bears is stupid. Just make money. Who gives a shit what's happening? Up, down, sideways. There's a way to make money off all of it. What this is my fucking job. My job is to make money with stocks. If you have a problem with that, fuck off. I don't care. It's capitalism. Destroy the system or something. Good luck. I already think you're crazy not selling a few CCs, but it could run. I don't sell CCs because right now, because I'm bullish. I agree that the assessment of analysts is not necessarily factoring in the extremely high interest of retail investors. Some of them do, but most of them don't, if you read the analyst reports. However, institutions are still going to look at it like, you know, most analysts agree that this is the best buy-in price for this stock. And of course, their own analysts, right? Big long funds are not very speculative. They like to just make money. My honest opinion, the banned Gherk greater than SS handcuffed Gherk. Rock on, dude. Thanks, Fubar. It doesn't matter where you sell your covered call. It's just going to be an MM buying it like 99% of the time. After March 10th, you're thinking about it. Maybe like further out so I can snap them back if I need to. Because that March 17th shit is very speculative. I now see the clip option on mobile. Are you scared? No. I've never been afraid to say what I think. I don't give a shit. Take it out of context if you want to. GME is a strong support level right now, and it's been stuck there since January. It is. It is. There's a very good foundation to build some growth off of. Maybe we'll get some guidance moving into Q4. That'd be fucking awesome. Although I don't expect any to the annual meeting. Total volume for today, 933,000. Trading at 122.02. For those of you guys listening in, sorry, I always forget about you. Any thoughts on the majority of retail might be green again? I mean, with the ability to average down over the last 2 months, I would say that the lower end has dropped a bit, probably maybe in like the 158.50 range, with the upper end being around like 180, 190 for cost basis. So I think the dip has helped people average down. But a move back above like 158.50 would be important for getting a lot of retail back in the money. When you're selling CCs, are you looking at weeklies? Yeah. On GameStop, absolutely. But way too volatile for me to risk a longer, because the cost of buying back longer term options could like exceed the capital I have on hand. Especially if I were like selling my whole position as covered calls every week. If I were to do it for, and there is value in selling theta like for longer periods, but I'd rather take the less risky approach and just do it week by week. I already sell cash secure puts on GameStop basically every week. There's a few weeks where I haven't, but for the most part. It funds an unbelievable amount of my degeneracy. Are most expectations pissed off till June? No, because there's still a fat bag of fucking OCC obligations have yet to be settled. I do not believe that the volume that we have seen since February 18th is sufficient to account for the number of in the money puts closed on February 18th. The question is, when does that realize? Is it realized in T+2? Is it realized in T+2 plus 35? I don't know. I've never seen it be delayed before. It's possible that the market maker failed to meet the obligation for that closed position, and that, you know, It has either FTD'd or it is being delayed by FINRA due to the holiday, or due to the rules changes on hedging of variance positions. I don't know. The day which those swaps could have been closed, they changed the rules, and I don't really know what that rule change favors. I sell CCs monthly, but they're backed by leaps. Yeah, that's a way to do it too. You can you can just cover a CC, right? Like, you can do calendar spreads. There's a lot of ways to safely sell covered calls. I just don't think. I mean, I'm not doing it now because I don't think now is a very good time to do it. It's higher risk. Do you almost always go for weeklies with CSPs? Ever go deep in the money strike? I did when we hit 87. I sold like 25 85s because that was 85s below my cost basis, so I was willing to buy more shares there for 45 DTE. Those are still open. Would you say it's a good idea to not sell GME until after entropy goes back down? Until it starts to go back down? Sure. You're gonna have a tough time tracking entropy, Stefan, because you'd have to build an indicator to track it if you're trying to use it as a way to play positions. We're gonna keep this momentum up. Worth it to get March 18 at the monies. Maybe. I mean, I would want to be under 125 just because of how much resistance it's shown. How do you decide your weekly CSP strike price? I usually wait for like a big short and then some stability, and then I sell just under it. Sometimes I'll sell them in the money, expecting a bounce. Like if we fall below like a strong support level, I'll sell them in the money, and then usually we bounce back above that. I've only been assigned like twice, I think, on GME CSPs. The floor of GameStop very strong, and a CSP bullish bet. So, worst case scenario there, you buy 100 shares per contract. I would, however, not attempt to wheel GameStop. It is a little bit too volatile for that. I mean, you can make a lot of money doing it, but you can also lose a lot of fucking money doing it. And I also wouldn't recommend doing any of these on, like, I wouldn't do CSPs on margin because that's very risky. Although I'm probably not one to talk. When you say the 40% increase in IV is a rough average run, the increase in IV for calls that are meant to be IV play is higher. Do you know how to calculate this? So a 40% increase at the money. So the IV 30 goes up by about 40%. Options at either end of the chain will have a greater increase in IV than options nearer the money. How much do you need to effectively wheel other stocks? I mean, it depends on how much risk you're willing to take. If you're taking extremely low risk, you need large amounts of capital. If you're because you're market making essentially, right? And then if you're in more like volatile stocks, you can do it with less capital, but your risk is higher. So it really depends. I would say above 500 grand if you're not using margin. for a fairly low risk strategy. If you kindly send me a message Discord with the asking price and condition for those cover calls, maybe interested, possibly swing by this weekend to look at them. So trying to understand CCs. So I sell a call at 150, Jimmy hits 140, I profit 10x times 100 minus the premium. No, you just get the premium. So if you sell at 150 and Jamie goes up to 140 and then the option expires, you just collect the premium from the sale. That's it. Nothing happens. This is where a loss can occur in a covered call, is if you sell a 150 and Jamie goes up to 180 and your shares are called away, so sold, you're selling your shares at $150 a share. So you get $15,000 instead of up here where you would get $18,000. So you lose this $3,000 in this gap, but you still collect whatever your premium for selling this was on top of the $15,000. Yeah, so not a loss, just missed gains. I mean, it's still that's the risk, right? Can you please tell us specific entropy calculation? Absolutely fucking never. Not in a million years, Stefan. Have all the money in shares or relocate some of that to leaps if the price gets a really big short. All the money in shares or relocate. I mean, if there's a big short, then you can buy into leaps for cheaper. Can I borrow $499,999? Check quant cord. What do we got? You got sexy things for me, turd? Okay, that's fucking amazing, first of all. This is beautiful. Turd, you've made my day. Yeah, you can just buy deeper out of the. There's lots of ways to hedge your your call, your cover call. You can buy, you can protect from selling by buying deeper in nearer strikes. You can capture additional gains by buying strikes above the sold call. Thank you for that, turd. The CSP is an easy way to make money on bullish stocks until they dip. Yeah, I was on top of SS this morning. That's amazing. You guys want to see the whole year of entropy on GME? Back up, boys. This is sort of what happened before VW. See this like massive, long, drawn out illiquidity phase, like this illiquidity crunch, and then it upticked and then mooned. Wait, I don't get it. Don't worry about it. What about selling leaps? I want to buy 2 shares of Google using 5K premium. What are the major risks? I mean, can you afford to buy the shares if you get assigned? I'm gonna buy 2 shares of Google using 5K. I mean, options are in blocks of 100. So you want to buy 200 shares of Google? That's expensive. Last phase C was late 2020. Entropy can highlight phase C, Wyckoff. Yeah, but Stefan, you're the last person in the world I would ever give the formulation to. Just because you're so annoying. I'm sure people are going to react incredibly calmly to this. Good. That's what I want. I want calm. Eventually, the hype will mean nothing. And then you guys will be ready. Your bodies will be ready for the squeeze. If you gave me the entropy indicator, I would go away forever and still pay you Dillionaire. Not worth it. You could get hit by a truck tomorrow and someone can forget to cancel your credit card. I mean, that's... But with VW, their C-suite coordinated that squeeze. Can retail trigger the same result under this much building entropy? I mean, possibly. The potential is very high, right? I don't know what he's asking for, but can you send this to me just to spite him? Tomorrow's OPEX plus 6. I'm ready. Fuck yeah. Oh! Interesting. E plus 5 from Thursday? What if they used other ETFs? Turd, if you're around, can you check for any big flow on the 24th in your basket? '24th? Yeah, 24th. Big flow on the 24th. 24th, 25th. Both, actually, because that fucking FINRA bullshit. That might be where they hit it. You smart son of a bitch. Where is he? Who memed OPEX plus 6? I don't know who you were. Good job, Rock the Grouch. I'm positive he didn't mean anything by it, but... No? But if we can find some identifier of, like, big ETF flow, it may be... Like, ETF flow? So... I'll have to see. Turd's looking into it. No fucking way. That'd be so expensive. How long of a time frame will MOASS happen in? Well, remember how we've talked in the past about how, you know, the only place to cover gamma exposure is on the lit exchange, or if created through ETFs, right? So what if the gamma exposure was satisfied through ETF creation? And that's why we didn't see relevant price improvement or volume on the lit exchange. That would indicate a severe amount of illiquidity in GameStop. Dude, I like this new coffee. Fucking. Would we ever see it? Yeah. Are you looking at to find the big data flows, all ETFs? So Turd has the Vanguard data. And so he's the one who's like compiles the ETF flow data for everybody. Because he pays for the Vanguard ETF fund information. If that's the case, should we see OPEX exposure under T plus 9 plus 35? I mean, if that's the case, and it's on the MM side and not an AP side, it could be in T plus 5. Should be interesting. Did you never move your camera stage left on purpose? Because you're still off frame a bit. No, I didn't adjust anything. Interesting. What's up, Dan Dividend? It's always tomorrow, bro. Maybe. That'd be hard to tell because it's so recent that like it would be hard to notice a shift in trend on the entropy. Also, if the ETF's really big, you may not even notice it at all. I know some of these numbers mean now. Bullish. Good glider. How would covering through ETFs be possible if XRT is the biggest? It's on the threshold list. XRT is not the biggest. It's just the most heavily abused. I wonder when like VTI's shit is due. That thing has a big fat bag on it too. When this is over, I'll be happy to never see the letter T again. But you used it like 3 other times in that sentence. It's gonna be hard, man. I'll always remember the moment when what events cause GME options IV to increase peak? High volume, VIX going up, price improvement. Actually, big moves to the up or downside will increase IV. Power hour. All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I'm back. I hope you take this opportunity of being banned from SS to go buck wild, full in-depth DD without fear of negative pushback. Me too. Ooh, fun flow. What are we looking like for? This is 124. VCR and IWM. Interesting. TDs 3-4. We wouldn't 300,000 XRT FTDs on 3-4. Percent change. They fucking yeah, you could do the day after also if you want, turd. That's interesting though. They fucking slammed the shares outstanding. 200 million in flow for, is that? Oh, this is, dude, you need Feb 24th. That's the problem. Not January, Feb 24. Feb 24 and Feb 25. I guess you could do the 23rd through 25th. Last week's T+2. Do you think Tesla will continue to go up tomorrow? Bullflag plattered or drop? Tesla recovering now. Let's see. It's got a nice bounce. I'd say I would say to watch that 935 resistance, but this reversal is solid. Near resistance at 874, right where it's trading right now. So if it breaks out above this into the end of today, then the upward price target would be like 897 and 916. GME, pop, CNS, 3 minutes. Hold on, I'm gonna update Reddit. So the value of CNS and at the end of day here is when CNS closes at that 310 estimated time, if we continue up, it's possible that, you know, price suppression was occurring due to CNS so they could clear at a lower level. And I think when CNS closes and we go down, it means that most of our price action for the day was likely just due to FTDs without additional outside pressure. So if we continue up, it means there's other pressure besides CNS in that last part of the day, that last 50 minutes. One such buckwild DD I think might be worth considering is comparing entropy charts of every single short squeeze in NYSE and NASDAQ history. Pink slip's probably not worth it. Thoughts? I don't care, Stefan. It's just, you're just, dear God. Some days you make me hate the thing I love the most. Just turn your enthusiasm down to like a 5. If you, please, dear God, for me. So what, Apple buying used games from GameStop and making a markup on the licenses or something? I mean, I think the most likely scenario is GameStop officially partnering with Apple to sell secondhand Apple merchandise, but maybe with like Apple Care, so a like a Apple refurbished or Apple used product retailer. I just saw Zakir's link. Stefan Tommy Wyckoff. I have so many questions. Are you ready? Nope. Fuck you too. Could they have made an exception for GME on CNS lasting throughout the entire day? No. CNS closes at 3:10. Now. Right now. CNS closed. Now we see what happens. Right? Do you think selling CSPs on Ford is a good idea? Big if true, huge if true. I think that's where GameStop can beat all of the competition. If you guys want to know, I think that like refurbished secondhand, Reber. This business model would be profitable as fuck. Like computer parts, not a very good markup. But if you're buying those like computer components with store credit, very profitable. Video cards, RAM, motherboards, processors. You just need bench testing, and then they have a use for all the retail locations finally. And then, you know, ship it off to a warehouse, guarantee it, and sell it online. Make money on the insurance as long as your, you know, testing processes are good. You should probably make a shitload of money off of like extended warranty plans. Yeah, it's all electronics. Ko-Fi. It was Rock the Grouch. I know. So you're saying, at least what I'm hearing is that the June share offering with Ryan Cohen approved. Oh, that was hours ago. Okay. Do you buy extended warranties? I probably would if I was buying used shit. Yeah, I know they already sell iPhones. GameStop did just hire one of Apple's top executives in charge of Apple Care and refurbishing, so your theory might not be that far off. Yeah, I agree. Sell the idea to GameStop. I just did. So March 18 or maybe April. If I buy anything for short term, I'll be buying for March 18, but April for anything like near the money, stuff like that. I moved everything but my in the money and at the money March 18 positions out to April yesterday already. So cat accumulating. Yeah, cat's fine. I'm not worried about it. Honestly, Greg, how do you think short hedge funds feel being this short on an emerging giant? We'll see. I just like the stock. I really do. Sir, we would like to speak with you about your NFT's extended warranty. You know that most credit card companies' benefits include automatically doubling a product's warranty if you use a card to buy it. Check your cardholder agreement. I did, actually. Apple's announcement is rumored to be a gaming console. Interesting. Amazing idea for GameStop company expansion. Believe it or not, shill. Thanks for everything, Garrick. You got it, Dominic. I think the agreements will be for content bought on iTunes, Apple Store, NFT or games, and content to change ownership of digital content, similar to what I hope they'd agreed with Microsoft, Google, Sony, etc. Maybe. Although that seems obscure, and I don't understand why Apple would give up their fucking monopoly on the App Store. Making JFresh a mod would be a great way to troll him. He would get insta-banned from SS. I'm pretty sure all I have to do is share a link to his DD to get him banned. And be like, hey guys, this is really interesting. You should read it. Because that's against the rules somehow. Imagine if I used Reddit's built-in Twitter feature to share a feed of things I post on Reddit. Very against the terms of service. If you guys are posting to Reddit, don't check that box. Ooh, very naughty. When you're selling CSPs, do you usually do weeklies or further out? Weeklies. I'm always exactly one. I sold them yesterday, for instance, on the dip. Hopefully they don't get filled. I think I'm good so far, but Knights of Shill is watching. I don't give a shit. Fuck them. So hypothetically, if Apple buys Jimmy, what is the value of our shares? Without weird MOASS possibilities. Oh, it would just be like whatever the market value is today, or like the day they entered an agreement. What do you think about Adabit's DD? I mean, it casts a very negative light on what is obviously a positive financial statement. That's what I think of it. It's super biased and seems to misunderstand the role of a market maker. Like highlighting things like, oh, they only have this much cash on hand, but they're an investment firm is ridiculous. My wife is getting induced into labor in 3 hours. If we hit 300 today or tomorrow, I will name the kid Harambe. 100% serious. I believe you, Ghost of Dan. What do you mean, Adabit's DD? Wink. Imagine if SS, the 8 migration against overly restrictive rules and bans, instituted overly restrictive rules and bans. It could happen. Crazy. Maybe. What do you think of Adabit's first DD? Citadel has no close. I mean, it's whatever. I know everyone's fucking tits are all jacked about it, but still. But it dug into a lot of interesting things, and it got a lot of things just blatantly wrong. it was fine. I guess it was a good introduction back then for people who really didn't know a lot about any of this stuff. In some ways, and in others, though, it just bred this really conspiratorial mindset, which has plagued this play for a year now. Like DFV wasn't big into conspiracy theories, right? He just saw value in a stock. The Citadel yearly report was not for the hedge fund, it was for the market maker. Also, I mean, whatever it is, it paints the picture of a net long fund with massive derivative positions. They're not doing poorly. They've reported fantastic earnings every quarter for the last fucking 2 years. So I accidentally sold my DDS 330 call for $100 today because TD was defaulting to 0. Currently selling for 480. Get fucked. If he didn't help with his cryptic tweets, it's true. But I mean, he didn't want to communicate anything definitive, right? Because of the possible legal repercussions. See, fuck me in the pants. I don't think he sold in June. I know a lot of people do. I know that nags at the people back in people's minds. But if he was going to do that, A, why exercise? Why not just capture the IV value back in March? B, why didn't he just sell in March? Why would he have sold in June? Like, I think he had, eight figures in the bank and he was set. He was set and he could hold his long position and generate income off of it for years to come. It would have been the most foolish part of his entire investment strategy to sell in June. So I disagree. And I do not think he was a stupid guy. Maybe he did. Maybe he just wanted to be done with it, but I doubt it. He's selling weekly CCs. I would be. I posted screenshots and types in a video link of all the hedge funds DFE tracks that he's farmed a lot of plays from in value investing. This list is from July 2020, so slightly outdated. What if DFE has just been selling us all our options since March? People think that DFE sold because they don't want to believe that he would sell CCs, CSPs, because the options are evil. Yeah, no. I mean, long-term investors sell CCs. That's what you do on a company that doesn't have a dividend. If you're investing in a growth stock, you sell CCs. That's your dividend, essentially. And Theta and IV on GameStop are sky high. There's no reason not to, if you're doing it safely. DFE deserves to be a trillionaire. Good on him if he cashed out. I don't think he did. I don't know who DFE is, and I'm afraid to ask. Don't worry. He's here with you in spirit. One thing that DFE would ponder on his streams is the risk of high short interest and extremely low SP levels. You can see how any rational person would take such a risk. Yeah, Melvin was doing a big fuck up for a long time. Well, initially no, but then more and more of what is the business was not actually run under. Burry had a lot to do with that, to be fair. 135, 2 DTEs dead Or take the L worst tomorrow. It's up to you. Risky. A little too far out of the money. Probably, I mean, if nothing happens, they're not going to realize any value. It was T plus 5. Sorry if you answered this already. I'm trying to get fund flow from Turd. I haven't finished digging into that. Cumulative ETF. I haven't run to 224. Get a T tonight. Okay. Cumulative ETF flow over 50k GME call put OI versus GME percent price range. Let me see this. Okay, this goes up to, so there's a pretty big fucking spike right there in the, is that the call OI? Put OI. So there's a big spike in that put OI on the 24th. But what ETF? Is that XRT again? Did they fucking just like roll it back into XRT? How the fuck do they do that? Technically, it was Michael Burry who started this entire movement. Am I right? I mean, sort of. He was the first one to really get in there and be like, what the fuck is going on? I think what people fail to realize is what you said. From the mindset of someone who didn't turn 5 or 6 figures into 8 figures, we all should know that profit is profit. Take it and run. What price action are you expecting tomorrow with today's price action? Tomorrow could be interesting. It's, like I said, it's the, tomorrow is the, FTD date for January 26th, which was the day that we ran from like 90 to 120. And that was the day that the leap exposure was realized. So FTDs generated from that date could be significantly net short and may lead to some price improvement tomorrow. But what I'm trying to figure out more importantly is, was OPEC satisfied via ETFs last week? Instead, and this would explain our downward price movement on Friday, and moved forward instead of being covered. And if that's the case, it could be very interesting. But I need to look into the fund flow and see what's going on with. And maybe I'll have like an update on that tonight on the Discord, I think. Exercising? No, exercising is a taxable event. So when you exercise a contract, regardless of how long you've held it, the exercise of that contract creates a new taxable event. And so his shares are from April 2021, the ones he exercised. They are not long term. Not yet. Soon. No crime. Crime is a crime is like, it's like mentally giving up, but just being like, oh, that's crime, because that's what it's used to do. Find out the way it's crime. Presume it's not. Learn the actual system, and then learn how someone would try to take advantage of that system in a maybe legal or maybe not, definitely a moral way. Would that ETF stuff be interesting for tomorrow? Possibly. What will the signals be when the potential for a squeeze is gone? They'll stop racking up fat fucking FTDs all over the market to keep GameStop's price suppressed. As long as they keep doing this bullshit, there's a play. If OPEX move forward due to ETFs settle, do April 14th still capture? Yes. I mean, I pointed out the wide-scale defraudment of ETF and the underlying equities shareholders, and I got banned. So, you know, do with that what you will. Crime is a last resort. Yeah, I agree. They will use loopholes and gray areas that they can exploit long before they ever commit an actual crime. Crime's risk, right? These institutions don't like risk. And they have multiple layers to avoid that risk. Sometimes unpredictable shit happens and catches them with their pants down, but for the most part, they try to stay away from risk. When's the next OPEX cycle? As we understand it currently, it would occur in May. Trash isn't leaving. You think Cohen's tweet could actually confirm, using that term loosely, America as a spin-off company or subsidiary? I don't know. Every bank has done illegal stuff. I mean, sorta. They've breaking regulations and breaking the law are separate. One is a civil penalty. One is a criminal penalty. You don't see a lot of hedge fund managers going to jail, do you? Occasionally, there's a higher probability if they work for Credit Suisse, but what do you think of the theory that Citadel is making fake companies with fake positions to bag hold GME? Stupid. Jordan Belfort, he stole money from rich people. He committed criminal crimes, right? That was fraud. That's different. Fraud is different than, oh, I broke this regulation a little bit. At least in the way it's prosecuted. How prevalent were market-wide massive FTDs? Less. You know, the COVID crash and the subsequent market rally really fucked a lot of short sellers. Is it possible you've banned yourself from SS, a la Philip K. Dick's A Scanner Darkly novel? I don't think so. CNS closes, price is fully stagnant. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a lot of additional pressure outside of the FTDs today. But at least we're not dropping. So that's cool. So shorting, FTD covering, and then CNS close, then nothing. Right? Volume dies. Gives you a good idea of what CNS was doing today, right? Do you think there's anything significant from all the DOJ probes and investigations? I mean, it definitely looks like they're doing something, right? Which I think is the idea. I think the Apple and RC's tweets are Granny Smith. Golden Delicious or gold, not green. Unless they're not ripe. No, JSmart's not one of my alt accounts. Hasn't he done like interviews? Don't people know what he looks like? How's that even a question? CNS is pronounced like CNS. Show me your CNS. Maybe the tweet means that the OPEX can only be kicked so far. Possibly. He did tweet very much in line with OPEX expectations. Wait, by that same logic, can we call DRS DERS? So CNS is over for the day and uptrend continued. That's external pressure, not just FTDs. Did I get a gold star for the day? There's a little external pressure, but not much, right? We have CNS closing here at 310. And then a slight amount of buy volume after, but nothing significant. We've barely traded any volume since CNS closed. CNS doesn't help keep the price down. It just forces settlements, right? It's netting settlements. So it's you know, trying to, it actually would drive volume versus, you know, driving volume after CNS shuts down. It just means they don't really have anything else to do today. So, yeah, some buy orders are coming in, but CNS is over. CNS, sorry. Is it child abuse to use grocery money on far out of the money June calls? Kids do like ramen, so I think it's fine. Do you or DD explain the 50% day, the day after earnings in March? Earnings in March came the day before the futures closure. So they slammed the stock, closed some more swaps, rollovers are complete. Oh, wait, which day are you talking about? Are you talking about the flash crash or are you talking about later in the month? Like this? Or this? Where is it? Day after the day? The day after the day after. Oh. So you're talking about like right here? Like this spike that we had? This is an FTD date, actually. If we go here, I'll show you on my trading view chart where I have them marked out. One day from trading view. No, trading view. There we go. So if we go here, there was FTDs right here on March 29th. This was an FTD due date. FTDs were really high back then too. So we see a lot more volume occur on these FTD dates through March, June, and even here between June and November, before the ETF rebalance, we still see price action from or relative to FTDs being due. Do you hate me now? You skip my super chat and regular chat. What did you say? I'm sorry. To your point about there being a play. Ah, shit. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to. Just tell me what's up. I didn't see it. I was probably focused on something else. Would you mind looking at Alto? There's bullish BDD by Domo for FMV of 20 plus high SI. Alto? Hmm. There's some like FTD correlation, but I think this might be the other cycle. Like that September expiration cycle. Oh, sorry. I think this might be that September expiration cycle for FTDs. I don't really know too much about the company. From a technical standpoint, it doesn't look very good. I mean, it looks like it just trades between, you know, $4.50 and $7. I definitely don't see a price target in the 20s. I haven't read the DD on it though. I mean, the long-term technical trend looks good. MACD look like? MACD's coming up and diverging a little. So, I mean, whatever it's doing right now looks like it's going to run a little bit. I don't know how much, but a little bit. I guess if it can break that 650 mark, it's got some room to the upside, at least a few bucks. There might be information there that I'm unaware of, though, on a fundamental level. I see maybe Honeycrisp. So CNS is over for the day. The uptrend continued now. Chances of an after volume on what candle? This one? 24,000. Kev D just executed a disciplined, well-planned trade, identified channel, selected entry and exit with far dated calls, and executed the plan over the past 2 days for a solid profit. Thanks for all you've done for us all. Thank you, Kev D. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations. Could you sum up the last 30 or 45 minutes by saying don't buy weeklies? If you were going to gamble money, a weekly may be better than a lotto ticket. But if you were going to gamble money, weekly may be better than a lotto ticket. Maybe. It's also more expensive than a lottery ticket. What's your trading view name? Can we look at that chart? I shared it in the Discord, Sean. The link for it. Can't see the chart. It's still on trading view. Sorry, yeah. I switched it back. Alto is an ethanol company. That could be interesting. If US gasoline production is going to pick up. Saw a tweet saying GME ADX 7.97, lowest in GME's observable history. Volatility about to explode. Any credence to this? Yes. So ADX. Yeah, ADX is very low. Also, TTM is showing a higher fire signal. So it like fired a little bit, and then we bounced sort of train down here, and then TTM fired, and we moved to the upside and consolidated, and now we're getting like a upside fire signal, which if we continue to move up could mean big volatile moves to the upside. That's what we saw last March. No, May. Sorry, May. Last May. Similar thing played out. I think we'll see volume like last runs. No, I don't think volume will ever be that high again. Still here, Pick. Do you know what's squeezing right now? No, tell me. What's up, Double Down? I'm not bored. God damn it. I'm not your guys' personal automated technical analysis machine. DJ Datrix, on my way to my job, any chance you can educate me a bit on profiting off options during a MOASS event? Need something to help me fantasize so I don't lose the will to go on in front of my bar guest. I mean, if a MOASS type event happened and you were holding options, you would just want to exercise as much as feasibly possible, because you don't want to carry options high into a short squeeze. And you could, it's just not ideal. It'd be better just to have the shares. Especially if there's halts or a freeze occurs, like you'd want to exercise early. You reading the beginning of my message and trailed off. Heard you do it with other plebeians before. Now I've become the plebeian. I guess I'll leave now. I might have just lost it. Sometimes the chat just shifts on me, but I'll see you later, man. Can you speak to your stock picker that identified sends as a play? Interested in the picker part, not the sends in particular. I mean, that was just me. I was fucking around and trying to do a thing. $122 good for today or not? I've got no idea what's what anymore. Adam Aaron, CNBC, man. What I think is, I think that my scanner picked it up too early, and I needed to wait for the short to occur, and then I buy in. Instead of just trying to buy into the. So I think what I did was I bought the signal on it, and the signal came with the DN spike, and you know the short in response was the expected action, but I should have bought at the bottom of the short, and then I think it would have been pretty profitable actually. But I gotta tweak it. Adam Aaron on CNBC, man, what an absolute legend. I wish Jimmy had such a dedicated, loyal leader. Maybe then our float would be heavily diluted to allow everyone to buy more. Yeah, I think Domo's pushing Alto or something like that. What do I pay you for? Draw me a triangle, pickle boy. Kiss my ass. I PM'd you the DD from Domo. Okay, cool. Thanks, Bo Mandy. Sometimes I wonder if like these like influencer stock people are just like trying to identify things with like some asymmetric risk and then try to sell people on them, which is just shady. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that like pushing of a stock. It's always suspicious to me. It's always these like shit garbage stocks like fucking nobody cares about. Like, oh, look at this gem that's been trading fucking flat for a year since it IPO'd at basically no value. I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe I'm in the wrong business. If you had entertainment in front of a live audience, how many viewers you currently have? Would you still do it? No, that sounds weird. Gross. It's like a good way to get a cold. I know you said before, but I forgot. Did you say you prefer TTM over BBKC? As I prefer to check them against each other because they both throw false signals, and you know if the signals if there's confluence of the signals, that's usually a good sign. With no volume, the stock price won't move. Am I right? It's just not necessarily. We've gone up quite a bit on very little volume. GameStop is illiquid. It doesn't take a lot of volume to move the price. Big spread. Gap ups, just moving up. You said there won't be volume like before. Can you explain? Everyone's bought and holding, so there's less shit to trade. Also, interest is significantly lower. If we get like a Volga Vada squeeze again, then we could see massive volume come in from the market maker side and like huge amounts of internalization. But that's neither here nor there. Spencer Smith, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over. Yep. This one? This one.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Okay, I'll stay. I cannot quit you. You're my vape pen. You buy any XRT this week? No. But I rolled my XRT 90s out. I just don't give a shit about these 95s. They weren't really that expensive to begin with. I wonder how AMC clouds will cope with the GME ran more than AMC on supposed AMC bullish earnings day. I told you the divergence is going to become more and more apparent over time, especially if my other theory about us move the like shift in index matters. That'll start to break down. Also, one of the companies is just losing value constantly. Gurk predicted 120 to 125. Did you sell CSPs? And we're still in my little channel, right? We dipped a little below, but our volume stayed in it. It's looking good. This is a good bounce. I mean, if this can continue into tomorrow, we're very nicely set up for a breakout from just the technical side. A continuation of last Thursday's price action, ironically. So that's just some good shit. Dear God, my eyes. What happened? My ears. Oh, did I do too big a volume? I'm sorry. Angel Crusher, thank you so much for upgrading to Billionaire. Hold on, I'll try to lower this. How is it too high? I didn't fucking change anything. Anyway. Chuck Quancord, what do you got for me, turd? You got juicy goodies? XRT on 224. Bullish. Oh, the sneaky bitches. Wait, so I wonder if they use the ETFs, like the market makers use the ETFs to satisfy the gamma obligations from OPEX and just shifted it T+5. Like, not that they're gonna market long, just for that 5-day shift. Ooh, tomorrow might be spicy as fuck then. Is that T5? Hold on. I'm very excited about this prospect. Boom. Oh, it is. Churd. We caught him. What if we caught him? No, I'm not gonna get that excited. It looks good though. I am definitely all about that idea. We're gonna be rich? I don't know, maybe. I'm like 10% regretting my decision to roll forward my 3/4s. Are you buying more calls based on that idea? I mean, if we look here at the fund flow for XRT on the 24th, there's a I mean, like a 30% negative fund flow. Hold on. Fucking turn on. Right here, you know, $160 million flow, percent change, negative 30%. So significant if true, right? And T+5 would be tomorrow morning. I don't know why you have T+4. But yeah, T+5 would be tomorrow morning. We're going to confirm with more ETFs than just XRT, but if we see a significant amount of fund flow occurring across GME containing ETFs for February 24th, then it's possible that they moved OPEX 5 days. Yeah, it is promising. And I like that we're seeing significance in an XRT because it's the most used. Oh, if only James Rowland had copied my DD today, he'd be top dog. Oh well. I'm not the kind of person that would have waited till 10:30, after 10:30 the morning of, to say something, am I? No, this couldn't have been. Silly. What is the benefit to them for moving OPEX other than getting a few more days to fucking dodge the options? Imagine how many 225s and 3/4s were sold between 224 and tomorrow. Get weeklies. You always regret not YOLOing hard enough. Fine. I'll buy a couple. How much are 125s? I don't love this, by the way. There. I picked up a few. We'll see what happens. They'll probably just get burned. Ding ding. Day's over. Tomorrow's the 3rd, not the 4th. I know. I didn't say it was the 4th. I said, imagine how many 225 and 3-4 options got sold. Stop smoking weed, Smooth. It's not good for you. There's some people they're fine. Over 7,500 3-4 calls purchased in the 120-130 strike range today. Booyah. GameStop rolling tweet. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Shadow. Wall Street Bets, your new findings. Wall Street Bets equals the degenerate YOLO we need. The time is now. Also, Elliot Waves guy might get mad. He sold his 20K weekly YOLO. Yeah. Cognitive blunting. You should host a collab stream with everyone who's been banned from RSS. Nah. Theory explains the RC tweet. It would, right? Apple not falling far from the tree. 5 days. Are you banned from Wall Street Bets? Not anymore. I was for a long time. Jimmy just tweeted roll? Are you fucking serious? Ah, I love it. Can you please explain how to read this chart? So many colors and it's not really clear. Don't worry about it. Just fucking, there's a key in the top left corner. I mean, I use it a lot to double check things, so it can be messy at times. RC in the chat. Yeah, tweet was for roll for initiative. That's amazing. Yeah, I know it's a D&D reference. Jimmy tweets roll. What mean? Hey RC, are we supposed to roll our options? Figure it out. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Have a great night. Bullish. Get jacked. Don't be mean to each other in the Discord. I'll hunt you down and time you out. I want to hear any bearish. My stock is down. Just fucking get over it. Act like an adult. All right. Have a good night, everybody. See you later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor.
Frigulon.